I don't think there's anybody in here yet, but I'm watching a trailer. It's a Jason Statham in yet another Jason Statham movie where Jason Statham plays Jason Statham. What's really funny is like a lot of action stars rebrand. Like after a while, like every action star just about it rebrands at some point. Whether it's Arnold Schwarzenegger's, Jingle All the Way, or I don't know, Bruce Willis in every bad science fiction movie you've ever seen after Fifth Element. They always like rebrand. So Jathan Statham's whole shtick was like he squints a lot. He always looks angry. Sometimes he clenches his jaw. But he really, really popped off when they were like, oh, he can drive and we can put him in a black suit. And so you end up with like what? Fast and the Furious, Italian Job, Transporter, and I'm sure there are others. I'm 100% certain that there are other like movies he's in where Jason Statham wears a black suit and drives a car. And at some point, they decided we need to put Jason Statham in redneck gear. He needs to wear a lot of flannel and a tore up like fisherman's baseball cap, right? And there's like the same question. I shit you not, the same exact question is asked in every Jason Statham movie. Always, he threatens somebody in some clever way, and they're like, "Who are you?" Every time, every time. You'd think the fact that he plays Jason Statham in every movie, somebody would have caught on by now that it's Jason Statham, but they haven't. They haven't figured that out. He's either the transporter, the beekeeper, whatever the name of the characters he played in Italian Job and Fast and Furious were. But someone shared a trailer called "A Working Man," and I'm not trying to diss Jason Statham. Like his movies are a lot of fun. I will grant you that I love the first Transporter film. I think it's really a fun watch, right? I love the Italian Job, although that's ensemble cast, so that's kind of cheating because you got like Charlize Theron and Mark Wahlberg and Edward Norton and that one redheaded comedian that was in every movie for the longest time, whose name I can't remember. Anyway, I got about, I don't know, 30 seconds into this. Let's see what A Working Man is about. I got to the point where the guy says, "Who are you?" And I'm like, okay, well, I'm glad we're keeping that. Sorry, it was saying it was 1080p, but it was a lie. Also, it's good to see you, Extra. It's been a minute. I feel sick for some reason. I don't know what's wrong. Like I actually feel sick. I think I might have caught something. I'm pushing through it though. Hopefully it stops. I think I think I have it. I will consider it. Why does it keep doing this? My desktop audio is turning off. Hang on, let me check something really quick. Interesting. My hotkey is broken. So, like here, I'll show you. So, this should automatically become unmuted. So, when I go to the stream starting scene, I press the numpad 0. To get to the full like thing of me, I press numpad 1, and to go into this scene, it is 2. I then also have a 4x3 setup right here, which is 3, and then be back soon is 4 and leave is 5, right? But here's the problem. It's doing it correctly with my mic. When I go to the stream starting scene, it mutes my mic and it mutes the desktop audio, but when I leave, it doesn't unmute it again. Wait, did it? Yeah. See, and the mic comes undone. It's also not muting my desktop audio. I've got a hotkey broken. What the fuck? I actually appreciate you for that. What the hell? That makes no sense. Mute. Chat box. Crash. Oh, yeah. Desktop audio. Why did it get rid of my hotkeys? It got rid of my hotkeys on it. What? It mutes the microphone, but not my desktop audio when it's supposed to. So desktop audio should be muted on 0. And it should be muted on 4 because that's the be right back. And it should be muted on 5 because that ends the stream. And then it should be unmuted on 1 because that's this scene. On 2 because that's the smaller scene. On 3 because that's my 4x3 scene. And then also I need to add one more. Hang on, I need to add one more. No, why is it going to the wrong one? Hang on, right here. I need to mute on minus. And I need to unmute on plus. Apply. Okay, let me check this. If I go to 0. It's working. Okay, it's working now. Weird, dude. I don't know what's going on with OBS. I've had a lot of weird computer issues lately. I've heard of Pacific Drive. I think I may have it. I don't know. I'll check here in a minute. But let's watch a walking, we're going to call it a walking man because he's not a working man. All he does is walk. But what did I say about the fucking flannel, fisherman's baseball cap, 5 o'clock shadow? He's got to look at his fist when he closes it. That's to know that he's closed it. How would he tell otherwise? That's a cool trope, actually. I really like the hot coffee in the face, but it depends on how long that coffee is sat. If I've got a coffee pot and it sits for like 3 hours and then you dump it on me, it's not hot anymore. Like, it's warm because it has a warmer under it, but it's not hot.
That's for slapping that woman.
That woman was my wife.
That's for slapping your wife.
Who are you?
Who are you? That's how far I got. It's so dumb.
A 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. She's my family.
Just get my back if I ever need it.
Okay, so he's like, oh, he's a working man. He's a contractor. That's why he's a working man. He does like construction. And he's friends with a random girl half his age, which is a little odd.
All of this is for a girl?
I mean, dude, why do they always say shit like that? Why do they always say, like, you kidnapped my daughter. All of this is for your daughter. Like, yes. 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 You fucking idiot. And that has been really bad ever since John Wick happened. Right? Because they're trying to steal that trope. But it works a lot better when it's like a dog at a car than it does when it's like a whole ass human being that the person cared about, right? See, the thing that I like about the John Wick thing is like he could have probably let go of the car. He didn't give a shit. But when they killed the dog, that was crossing the line. And the fact that you managed to do both in the same night, you dumb sons of bitches. What were you thinking, right? But when it's like a whole ass human being, like, imagine they had actually just straight up murdered John Wick's wife. Would they still ask, what is this for? Why are you doing this? You're doing all of this for your wife? Like, well, yeah, you fucking idiot. Of course I am. Why would you even... That's obvious. Duh.
I'm not stopping until I bring her home.
You clearly have no idea who you fuck with.
Oh my god, that line too is literally in every... you do not know who you are fucking with. And I bet it's like some reverse is like, no, you don't know who you're fucking with. And then he used to be like an ex-CIA operative doing black ops in the Middle East.
I was hungry. Fuck you. This isn't just some kidnapping. This is human trafficking.
The black suit, dude. He's got the black suit.
You killed your way into this. You're gonna have to kill your way out of it.
They're not going to explain it, but very obviously he's a vet who did like black ops. It's always the same.
He's hunting us.
They even got the guy from Nobody.
Oh, that is not good.
Wanna have a race?
You a cop?
You wish I was a cop.
Look at those bricks. You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
Oh my god, I guarantee you that's the end of the film too. The end of the film takes place at his construction zone. It probably starts with the conversation with the girl at the construction zone and ends with him kicking their ass at the construction zone. It's like the beginning ending image thing and save the cat.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
This is nothing like Fortnite.
Oh my god, the throwaway like zoomer line too. It's probably going to be a lot of fun to watch. Not gonna lie, this is it's too much deliberate pandering towards a certain audience. It makes it too... Dude, that's exactly right. Just roasted this on stream. LOL. Stop, Drew. Oh, that's fucking funny, dude. It's okay, though. You can continue to enjoy Prime. I'll be here after. Okay, so this is a bet. I'm making a bet. Is it like the metaphor gaslight or like the actual gaslight? So is it like Victorian era Britain and there's like a murder? Like a murderer? Or is it like about a guy that just gaslights people? Also, I'm betting that he's watching Prime again right now. If he pops in chat in like a half an hour and he's like, dude, what the fuck? How did you know? $10 says he's watching Prime right now. I'd put $10 on the line. That's definitely what he's doing. But hang on. We got to do two things. We got to go into Steam. We got to see if we have Pacific Drive already or not. What's the game War Pigs about? In the fields, the body's burning. I definitely don't feel good. I never could sing Aussie worth of shit. Nobody's going to buy that for $70. Everyone is just... And you know, like, I actually really like the idea of a black samurai. Because there was an instance of a particular African-American who was, like, brought over with some Europeans, and I think he was a slave. And he ended up being, like, traded or left in Japan and legit became, like, a black samurai. And it's like, fuck, you could tell, like, a true story that would be badass. But it's so obviously just pandering. Like, the whole Assassin's Creed thing is pandering like crazy. Do I have Pacific Drive? I do not. Shit. Yeah, see, I've seen Pacific Drive before. Yeah, it'll have to be when it goes on sale. I'm not going to pay $30 for it. It is on my wish list, though. It is on my wish list. So if, you know, you guys want to gift it or if it goes on sale, let me know. I'll consider it. I did spend more money yesterday on Super Meat Boy because I've wanted to play it for a long time. Also, there's the Celeste Strawberry Jam. So there's like a community created sequel to Celeste, basically. That's super sick. And we have Silksong coming, and there's no volume. Why is there no volume? Is there not meant to be sound? Okay, I thought something broke. I've been having audio issues. Why, though? Like, here's the thing. It's so easy to point a finger at someone and be like, you're just a bigot. You don't get it. It's like, dude, if it were a man and a woman, I would still be like, why is this in my Assassin's Creed game? I mean, maybe there's some like context where like this is the end of the game and they finally got, you know, boy kisses girl, but girl kisses girl in this case, in which case I can actually let this bottom scene slide. But if it's just thrown in there as a pandering thing, bro, stop. Stop doing that. It's annoying. Like it has to be integral to the plot for it to be worth it. Right? Cuz like George Lucas kind of made this mistake, believe it or not, in the Star Wars films when Leia kissed Luke. And then that ended up being an entire fucking rabbit hole where really she's just trying to make Han Solo jealous. And it was really a bad idea anyway, because they later find that Luke and Leia are brother and sister, right? Like it actually becomes like really integral to the plot. Also, the tit for tat, I love you, I know, I love you, I know. It's fucking great. Really, really good. Right? There's not some scene where fucking Leia just mauls Han Solo and throws him to the ground and starts riding him. Jesus Christ, chill. To be fair. Bro's into it too, you can tell. Oh, he killed him. Shit. Oh, yeah. See, this is what I mean. It's very pandery. People genuinely asking like why it's a problem. It's just pandering. See, it's the same as me literally just bitching about that new Working Man movie with Jason Statham, right? Like we just got done watching this trailer. It's the exact same thing. It is just pandering, 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 pandering. They're just two different fantasies being played out. So in one case, you know, you have an author for Assassin's Creed that is playing out their fantasy in writing, the same as the dude that wrote this is playing out theirs. It's just pandering one after another, after another, after another, and it's not good storytelling. I'm just gonna watch a second of this because I don't know if After saw. It's so cliche Jason Statham. They would never do it, dude. They would never do it. They would never do it. There is like this weird double standard, and this is definitely like the conservative in me, but there is definitely a double standard. There are certain countries and groups that you are allowed to twist and manipulate in media, and then there are some that are protected. And generally speaking, for whatever reason, if they did something like this that took place in Islam, they would be called Islamophobic. They'd have to fight like a motherfucker to keep from getting in serious trouble, right? So it's okay if you twist and manipulate another person's culture to pander to a particular audience, as long as you can't be called a bigot for doing so, which is like a really weird double standard. I don't know why it exists. I could go a lot deeper on this topic. Like I am being kind of vague and it sounds like I'm making a bad argument. It's because if I were to like elaborate, I'd probably be canceled, which is unfortunate. But you guys should know me by now. Like I'm very middle of the road when it comes to things. To me, it's just about what's common sense or not. The problem with the Assassin's Creed thing is I don't have the context of this Assassin's Creed clip, right? One is a cutscene, the other is a trailer. You know what I mean? Like maybe the circumstances surrounding this scene actually make it a poignant, like a beautiful scene, but I don't know. The issue is that they have pandered so much with this particular game that I'm never going to buy or play it. And not because I'm a bigot, it's just because when you play games, in a lot of cases, it's a form of escapism in which you get to basically role play as the character you play as. And I if I don't appeal with the characters in a particular game, if I don't want to role play as them, then I'm not going to play that game. It's simple as. I actually have that problem a lot because different people have different tastes. And when you stream, a lot of people will recommend games to you. And the reason why you're not interested is because you just don't want to role play as that particular character. Do you know what I mean? And every now and then, though, it works out great when you give in and you play it anyway. So maybe I'd play this and actually have a wonderful time. But like my arm is really twisted to play Celeste, for instance. Why would I be interested in playing a girl climbing a mountain? And then I played it and it was one of the greatest games I ever played. So go fucking figure. You never know. But yeah, there are definitely a lot of games that I feel that way about. It's different than movies in that way. In movies, you can appeal with the character, but the character could be very, very different than you. But when you're actually playing as that character, it feels harder. Yeah, maybe. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait and see what the audience says. And I'm going to avoid like the right-wing nut jobs that are just going to burn it to the ground regardless, because they actually are legitimately bigoted. Right? And I'm also going to ignore the left-wing people that are going to just gush over it for the next 2 years. I need to like actually see what Steam reviews actually say and what it averages out to. And if it ends up being reasonable and it goes on sale, I'll probably play it. Because one of those comments said that they had a really, really good combat system. And I would be curious if the combat system's a lot of fun. It might be worth playing. Did it charge any? I've been having problems with this mouse lately. My light isn't lit. Wait. There we go. But yeah, I just don't know anymore. Yeah, I feel like it's Dragon Age all over again. I don't know, man. Like it's a really hard thing to talk about because not every game needs to feed into the cliche male fantasy, even though the majority of gamers are men, right? Like not every game needs to do that. I'd rather that didn't happen. I'd rather not every game you be role-playing as Jason Statham on a revenge kick. That would get so boring so incredibly quick. But then you also can't please all the people all the time. You can't make a game that appeals to everyone. At least most of the time you can't. I think Cyberpunk does a great job, actually. I think Cyberpunk 2077 does an absolutely fantastic fucking job at this exact thing. Especially when it comes to like sexual and gender fluidity. Like you can be anybody, right? You can look like anybody. And many of the characters are steadfast in their particular preferences. So like if you play through as a girl, you're not going to get to sleep with or get in a relationship with that beautiful tan girl. What's her fucking name? God, I can't believe I forgot her name. Hang on. Pan Am. Like if you're a girl, you cannot get with Pan Am because Pan Am is straight, right? And you're a female character. But you theoretically, right, could have a female body with male genitalia, and then maybe you could get with Pan Am, which is weird, but right? And the same goes for Judy. If you play as a male character, you can't get with Judy Alvarez because she's gay, right? But if you play as a female character, you can. I actually really fuck with that because it's like whatever choice you want to take, and what character you build really determines how the world interacts with you. I love that so much about Cyberpunk. Because I went in as a female character simply because I didn't like the way the male characters looked. Like, I tried to build a male character first. You can. You absolutely can. That's exactly what I mean. Right? Now, if I were a legitimately bigoted person, would I think that that was cool? No. I think that's fucking amazing, dude. Are you kidding me? And also, like, so I built a female character, and a lot of people are like, why are you LARPing as a girl? Blah, blah, blah. It's such a guy thing to do. And it's honestly as simple as the male characters were really, really hard to design, so they looked cool. Like, if I tried to make a character look like me, he looked ugly as shit, which I get that I've not got a lot to work with. But still, like, I was disappointed. And so I messed with the female characters, and I'm like, damn, I can make a really badass looking character. So I went with the female character, and then was absolutely totally shut down every single time I tried to hit Pan Am up, which broke my heart. But then I did a couple of side missions with this male detective, and bro wants it so bad. He wants it so bad, chat. And it put me in a situation where it's like, I chose to play a female character, and now I'm in this compromising position where I'm tempted to have my female character sleep with a guy, but it's a guy playing the game. So from my perspective, it's like, I don't want to sleep with the guy because I'm a straight guy. You see what I'm saying? But like, how else would that situation have ever arisen? You could force players into that particular position, right? But the game didn't force me into anything. It's just the circumstances of the world reacting to the character you made. And I fuck with that, man. That's super cool. I love that so much. I got to go back and replay Cyberpunk again, dude. Like, God, I love that game. I know that it had a rough start when it came out, but like, I really fuck with Cyberpunk. I love the world. It's just so incredibly big and overbearing. It takes a while to really, and what's interesting is a lot of the interiors actually have a real 1-to-1 ratio with the exteriors. So like, there's the Arasaka Tower or whatever. If you missed it, there is a sword that you can get once you escape Arasaka Tower. Well, if you missed it, you can use this glitch to jump over a wall, and then a series of wild-ass parkour steps that lets you climb up the outside of the building to get to the sword. But then what's funny is, if you go into the building, you realize as you go down, it has a 1-to-1 ratio with the number of floors you just climbed up outside. It's crazy. It's like, oh, holy shit, they actually... Because this weird thing happens a lot in games where, like, you go inside and the inside is, like, way bigger than the outside, or vice versa. You know what I mean? And it's like, no. You got to play this interior. The exterior matches it. Actually matches it. And I'm like, fuck, that's actually really fucking cool that they went through that much trouble. Because if I remember right, there were, like, cutscenes. So it would have been very easy for them to, like, sneak in little cheats, and maybe they did, but it was close enough you couldn't tell. Yeah, big fan of that. And like, you get really attached to characters in the game too. So like, something happens to Jackie Wells, I won't say what in case somebody hasn't played the game, but he basically gives you his motorcycle, and I rode that shit for the rest of the game. It was the only thing I pretty much ever drove, because I felt like an emotional connection to that particular vehicle, and it was very convenient because the city's fucking busy. It's like easy to dip in between cars and shit. God, man, I'm gonna have to go back and play that game again. But no, I am excited about this this Celeste Strawberry Jam. I didn't know about this, dude. It looks fucking amazing.
Whoa! I can go through walls. There's always something special in a game when it's not like just the gameplay is good, but you also have amazing music, amazing art. When it all comes together, that's the true, like, really, really awesome gaming experience for me. And this is absolutely pushing all those buttons. What? Come back. Ah! I love this. This is the Strawberry
We're not going to watch this
Jam.
whole thing. It just looks so pretty, dude. They did such a good job. I wish I could do pixel art this well. I need to do more pixel art. I need to actually work on my fucking platforming game, the one I've wanted to make since ye olde time. I just haven't. And the barrier has been the art, because I haven't really decided on an art style. I have two conflicting ideas about the art style, and I don't know which direction to go in, and I don't know if they can be mixed. Actually, take that back. I have 3 different competing art styles, but the third one is more throwaway than the other 2. When it does this sometimes where I get a little, I don't know why it does that.
Whoa!
But it's because the YouTube ad blocker thing. I've got a billion ad blockers right now because it won't go away. Shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, one art style was a pixel art style inspired by Celeste, basically. But then there was another art style that I considered doing, and it's actually based on old maps. Hey, Froggy. It's actually based on old maps because the theme of the game that I was working on that I never finished, I never really went anywhere with, was maps. It's topography manipulation, topology manipulation, whatever. Your abilities, or most of them, have to do with how you interact with and change the world around you to solve puzzles, defeat enemies, etc. And it's a world in which cartography is like the highest form of art because they effectively live in a map. They know they live in a map and they have to maintain it. And so people are trained from a young age to be cartographers, and the cartographer's job is to maintain the status quo and keep the world stable, right? So it's just based on a fascination that I have or had when I was a kid with maps, and that comes from reading a lot of fantasy books, because you know how you open Lord of the Rings and the very first page is like this big map, right? And I just liked making maps so much as a kid. I made them all the time. And I would always make them like one-to-one with shit in real life, but everything would become fantastical. So like if I had like a house and a backyard with a little driveway that led into the woods, and then down in the woods was like a ravine and then a creek, right? I would convert all those things. So the house would be like the holy temple, right? The backyard would be like the mountain that the temple resides on. The pathway would be this, treacherous river that our adventurers would have to cross. The woods would be magical and filled with creatures that would kill you with the glance. The ravine would be like this crazy patchwork of wooden bridges made by the elves that you have to cross, and it's like crumbling under your feet because the wood is rotten, but it's the only way to get to the river, which is the only way to get to the hill, which is the only way to get to the temple, shit like that. And I would draw these maps. Like I would make these fantastical maps based on just shit in real life and like whole adventures and stuff. And me and my cousin, when I lived in the desert, we used to play out these adventures all the time. And I was like, man, that's just so cool. What if you had a game where it's a 2D platformer, so getting around is made more difficult or easier based on your decisions as to how to manipulate the map. But then in the same way that the old Marios have an overworld, what if you could manipulate the overworld too, right? Because it's still a map. And so you could have the equivalent of like the old Mario warps, right? But the only way to use a warp is to figure out the origami of the map so that 2 objects that are normally far apart are close together, and then you could traverse across the fold in the map to get to this later level. You see what I'm saying? And I thought, man, that would be super cool, because imagine speedrunners, right? So speedrunners would have to work out like the quickest, easiest algorithm to fold this map in order to skip all the unnecessary levels, unless they're doing like 100%. But they would also have to figure out all the skills within each individual map and what works best to get through them the quickest. And the most ambitious idea I had was actual map building. And that was inspired by Super Mario Maker, because your character can add and delete and change. What if I gave players the ability to add, delete, and change, and they can make their own maps that they could play through? And unlike something like Celeste, where you change a map and Celeste has like this very specific set of things that she can do, or same with like Mario for the most part, if you have like 3 different trees, so you can spec into combat, map making, or platforming, then you could make maps that also have predefined specs for the characters, so that when other people play your map, they have to play as a combat character or a platforming character or a puzzling character, which would be map making. It's just way too ambitious. And I never even could settle on an art style. So I kind of just abandoned it. And every now and then I think about it. I'm like, I'm going to start on that. And then I remember how big of an idea it is. And I'm like, I'm not. I'm going to noodle on the guitar instead, I think. It's easier. I know how to do it. It's comfortable. I think I'm kicked off of YouTube. Hang on. What? No, I'm not. YouTube chat is not connected. Why? Dashboard. Hang on. If you're on YouTube, I cannot see your message. There we go. Apparently, as soon as I opened dashboard, it fixed it. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of YouTube viewers lately, and I don't know why. This is probably mom, because there's just one. I guarantee you mom's watching right now, which is fine. Hey mom, I don't know why, but I feel bad. I'm living off of caffeine right now. I don't know what happened. I've been shaky and like sickly today. I went to the store and had a hard time putting the card in the machine because my hand wouldn't stop shaking. The same thing happened last Sunday, and that was like embarrassing because I had my client's parent showed up to hang out, and I was just behaving so weird, and I had to apologize to him. And I was sick. My body was trying to get rid of things. I'm gonna try not to be gross. This is the second time this has happened. I feel like my blood sugar is low, but I made a pizza today. I feel food poisoned or something. It's, what the fuck? And I tried to think, did I like eat anything weird or do it? And I didn't. I wonder if my milk has gone bad. It's in date. But I got really nauseous the other night when I was eating burritos and had a glass of milk, and the milk was making me really nauseous for some reason. Maybe I'm lactose intolerant, don't know. Would that make me all weak and weird? I don't know. I'm just fucking spitballing live on stream now. You guys don't give a shit. You don't care. I don't blame you either. I wouldn't either. Hang on just a second, kids. Oh, gotta close this window because it got warm in here. Bingo. Oh, there it is. All right, I'm back. I'll be okay. I hope. I'll be okay. It's happening more often though, but it was embarrassing when their family was there. Because like, how do you explain that? You just, like, I tell you, I'm sorry, I'm under the weather.
The people of GM Construct are going crazy that President Obama was constantly spawning explosive barrels. And then on top of that, he spawned hunted choppers and bouncy balls. You can't do it. It's lag.
You guys didn't miss any video. It's just a picture of Donald Trump saying, "Oh, that's pretty funny, dude." No, I didn't know about Strawberry Jam. I've got to play that now. So I've been kind of keeping track of the JFK files, for those of you that don't know. And I am going to deep dive into them, but I'm letting all the autists have a chance at it first because they will probably find really interesting things for me to discuss on stream. And what I'll try to do is I'll try to put it together a list of interesting things related to the JFK files. And then we can talk about them on stream because there's some really weird shit when it comes to JFK files. Now, I saved a couple, but I don't remember where I saved it to. Hang on. Is it the SD card? Oh God, I do not know where it saves these to. I actually do not know. Hang on. Wait, no, that might be it. That might be it, actually. Hang on. Because it would name it something bizarre. Can I see? Oh, it's so annoying because it's under recent, but it's not. Yeah, recent. Yeah, here we go. Just once open with gallery. What was this one? In support of state efforts, CIA has conducted propaganda and mass demonstrations in Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, everywhere. This is from Bone GPT on, I believe, X. And he actually highlighted these areas where it says Section F, page 3, in support of state efforts, it has conducted propaganda operations, including a member of mass demonstrations. And it continues after Costa Rica with Ecuador, Guatemala, Mexico, Panama, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela. Right? And then there was another one, Section K, page 4, groups with which CIA has exploitable access or entry include women, labor, students, teachers, jurists, and other professional classes. International contacts with labor organizations and members of the Catholic Church will also be utilized. I'm reading some JFK files. So what I've been doing is instead of deep diving myself personally, I'm letting other people, autists, basically, people who are really good at it, just kind of jump in and see what interesting things they find. And then we can hunt down these individual files, read them for ourselves to make sure that they're not manipulated. And then we can talk about them because there is some really wild stuff in here. Yeah, for the most part. What does that have to do with anything? There's no political motive for me. It's just interesting. That's like a weird random way to phrase that. Did you think I was giving Trump the gawk because the JFK files? That's not what I was doing. It's just a weird way to phrase it. It felt like there's a loaded assumption in there somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, I probably don't want to read that one on stream. That one's kind of fucked up. The day after assassination, Gary Underhill left Washington in a hurry. Late in the evening, he showed up at the home of friends in New Jersey. He was very agitated. A small clique within the CIA was responsible for the assassination, he confided, and he was afraid for his life and probably would have to leave the country. Less than 6 months later, Underhill was found shot to death in his Washington apartment. The coroner ruled it a suicide. Yeah, but it's in the news, so it's interesting. I didn't come up with this idea myself. It was actually Alfred. So according to the New York Times, newly unredacted documents mostly shed light on CIA sources and methods. The Justice Department is moving to disclose new details about the surveillance of Martin Luther King. I would read further, but of course, New York Times is... That's actually what I'm most interested in too. Is there was oh God, it wasn't the Warren Commission. There was something later where they basically determined that the CIA was most likely responsible for the assassination of JFK, but that there wasn't enough conclusive evidence to actually charge them or pursue it any further. Right? And then a lot of that information ended up redacted. So if there's new unredacted information about the CIA's involvement in the JFK assassination, I want to know about it and share it. So according to the New York Times, they are re-releasing the files. The difference is how deeply redacted they are. the new versions of the files appear to be unredacted, but mostly in areas that deal with the CIA's sources and methods and potential involvement with JFK. So a lot of the stuff that ended up unredacted is just what was redacted about the CIA previously. They do seem to imply, the New York Times, that there are newly released documents as well. But if you go back to the JFK files, you can see the different releases. So there was a 2017-18 release, a 2021 release, a 2022 release, a 2023 release, and now a 2025 release. There's something like 63,000 documents. And the benefit is that there are these wonderfully autistic people, and I mean this genuinely. Like, I'm not poking fun, or yeah, it is Todd Howard's Skyrim. Yeah, they just changed, like, these plants are no longer poisonous, and that's it. I mean that though in like the kindest way. Like, the autistic people are incredibly good at deep diving. I am not. I am a lateral thinker. A lot of that has to do with being ADHD. I'm really good at connecting a whole bunch of disparate information, right? Laterally, spreading out from a central idea. Not so good at going deep. I go deep enough on an idea that I lose interest, then I move to the next idea. That's the reason why I'm like a Jack Oates kind of guy. It's like, oh, I used to draw a whole lot, and I play guitar, and I know a little bit about music production. I know a little bit about coding, and I know, you know what I mean? Like, I know a little bit about a lot of shit because I don't dive too deeply. You give an autistic person, right, who is like deeply obsessed with JFK, a couple of years with all these documents, and the shit that you're going to find out will blow your mind. Assuming they don't assassinate the poor autistic guy. I'm assuming it's a guy too. It could be a girl. You never know. There is a statement actually about Biden in one of the documents, supposedly. A handwritten statement, I believe, from JFK himself. The problem is, well, fuck you too. The problem is that I can't confirm it because I haven't sourced the original document. That's the reason why I said I'm not going to read this on here, because it's too vitriol and it's unconfirmed by me. I have not found the source document. If I find the source document and that in fact was in there, holy shit. So sorry, leather belt, pack of cigarettes. That also, I just get the feeling that it's fake because, yeah, Biden's been in office for a long time, but has he been in office for so long that JFK or someone in his circle would have a handwritten note about him? I kind of doubt it. That seems like a stretch, right? Biden is ancient, though, so I don't know. Fucking ancient, but I doubt it. I just doubt that's the case. We're going to go watch Phelps. And we're going to tell him in plain English that it's not fucking cool that he be stealing my viewers like that. Dude, I'm just going to have to go affiliate. It's the only way to get all this ad revenue that people seem to be getting. I'm really missing out, chat. Give me my 39 fucking cents. I'll go back. It's stem keys like what's the word? Comfort streamer. I thought I was, but apparently I'm not. He is a Portuguese speaking streamer that he watches.
Don't cry, little blender.
We've already seen this. You must have missed it. That's funny. This was like literally yesterday. It literally added the one to it too.
Don't cry, little blender. My computer has enough RAM to feed you for an entire lifetime. Tucker, bring over the remesh modifier. The boy is hungry.
You know, one trick that I learned, and I'm not like an expert at Blender. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm so fucking mad at you, Extra. How dare you make me watch the same meme twice? No, there's a different group of people in here today, so that actually works because, yeah, I've seen it, but they maybe have not. You can convert to quads and then convert back to triangles, and oftentimes that will like remesh and reduce the number of vertices and stuff in a particular object. I had that problem where I was trying to sculpt a face using 3D software on my tablet. And the problem is the tablet's got juice, but it doesn't have enough juice. So when you're doing like really fine details like eyelids and stuff, it gets like really, really cumbersome. And it was starting to create like really weird topology where they're like little weird pinched areas and shit. So I just converted to quads and then converted back. It reduced the number of vertices and edges and shit. It smoothed out the model and my sculpted stuff looked better. Are you leaving already? You're not allowed. You guys can't keep leaving me. Why you do this? Sure, it's a gag. Sure, that's not his taste. Phelps listens to shitty EDM. I get it. I understand. Hey man, I'm not gonna judge him for that. We all have our own taste in music. If that's what he likes. If that's his thing. Wait. Is he listening to good music now? Hi, it's auto muted.
Funcionou, o Zap tá funcionando, gente.
Ah, man.
Mano, sonhei com as histórias do Zap.
I am really glad.
Se você se espendurou, não se espendure.
Okay, so he's got a fucking head crab. He's got the cat from SpongeBob. And this is the masks from the band Ghost, which is pretty cool. Plus, it looks like a Courage the Cowardly dog shirt. So this guy's vibing. I can fuck with that. The thing is, you know, my ears used to be gauged. Technically, they still are. They just have shrunk. But this was about the size of my ears at their peak. Maybe like one size smaller. I think I got up to 00 gauge was the last gauge I had. The reason why I stopped wearing rings, one, I almost tore an ear. So I wanted to let it shrink back so I could re-gauge again later without tearing it. It got hard to get a job. My generation was the first generation to do that. And early in my generation, it was really, really, really fucking frowned upon to have gauged ears. So like you would go for a job and they'd be like, you're going in the back. You're a dishwasher. We're not hiring you for anything where you deal with people. And now it's totally different, dude. You'll go into like a really nice restaurant and there'll be some smoking hot goth baddie with gauged earrings working as the fucking hostess or whatever. And it's like, this is bullshit. The amount of clapback I got for gauged ears when I was this dude's age. What the fuck? Why do you guys just... I mean, I'm glad that you get to like look how you want, but it pisses me off. It does. Like the amount of shit I caught for gauged ears when I was young. I worked for a guy named Rodney doing insulation, and I had already stopped gauging my ears by this point. I was letting them heal. And one of the first things out of his fucking mouth was, you can't hide your pierced ears. You should just wear your hair down or something like that. And I'm like, fuck you, man. No one cares. No one gives a shit. But no, that's not Phelps's fault. I'm not giving him grief about that. That has nothing to do with him. It's just one of those annoying things I can bitch about my generation because people didn't like it.
Histórias de WhatsApp. Choramos.
He needs a good artificial intelligence English translation.
E aí vai pro...
Dude, I will tell you right now, Stemke, I am going to give you a bit of advice before you leave if you're still in here. Here is my advice. Dress how you fucking want. Wear the clothes you want. If it makes you feel confident when you're in public, if you feel like you are yourself when you are in public, do it. Don't listen to what other people say. So when I was a teenager, I ran around in baggy trip pants, right? Like bondage jeans, Jinkos, think the baggy parachute pants, right? Metal tees, Marilyn Manson, Nine Inch Nails, Black Sabbath. I had that really nice fucking Doors shirt that I used to wear all the time. Painted fingernails, gauged ears, lip ring, and I was pulling mad bitches. Just gonna be real. Like I was. And I was incredibly confident. I did not give a fuck. I did not care what anybody thought of my appearance. And the confidence, what I realized was it wasn't how I was dressed that made my interactions with girls so much easier. It was that I was super fucking confident. I didn't give a fuck what people thought of me. When I dressed like a weirdo, that was when I felt comfortable. And because I felt comfortable, that confidence made me attractive to women. I am not shitting you. Like it was a huge difference. And it wasn't until I started going like job looking that it became a problem. Like you can't get away with that when you're looking for a job. And so you slowly over time start making compromises on your appearance. And I will tell you right now that when I stopped wearing the fucking crazy clothes, I became less confident and my life got harder. Just fucking true. Now I'm at an age where if a 37-year-old's wearing Jinkos, they're going to get laughed at, so I can't. I might have some pictures of me when I was real young. If I can find them, I'll show them to you guys, but I don't think so. Yeah, you guys do the skinny jeans thing, but no, that works for you. That does actually work for you. It's interesting because I would have dressed very similarly, except it would be baggy pants. They would be baggy black pants. But yeah, it's almost, and no baseball cap. I would do like a beanie instead of a baseball cap. Dude, I think baggy pants look good. I don't care what anybody says. I don't like skinny ones either. For one thing, so the baggy pants thing, the reason why I got into that was A, I thought it looked cool, but B, I had a girlfriend that was into skateboarding. And so I started to teach myself skateboarding when I lived in Dallas. I had a cheap, shitty $30 skateboard that we had stolen from a Walmart. I'm not kidding. We did. And baggy jeans made skateboarding way easier, especially if they weren't super long. Because if they're long, they get hung on the trucks. And I just loved the way they felt. It felt so comfortable. Wear a beanie, dude. I think you can pull off a beanie. I think you can. A slouchy beanie would look good on you, I think. But I don't know if that's in style. I don't know if the kids would make fun of you for wearing a slouch. Hang on, I have one. I'll show you what I mean in case you're like, what's he talking about? I think I have one. I'm not going to look good in it, but you'll know what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find it. Tries to murder me every time, and I never move it. I never move the shit. I slip on it every single fucking time, and I forget to do anything about it. Such a dumbass. So this, I've had this for a long time. I've worn this since my early 20s. I've had this exact one for forever. But this is a slouchy beanie. You see how big it is? So the way that I used to wear these is I would actually roll them in to make it smaller. So I'd roll it in to make it smaller. I'd pull my hair up, which is kind of wet right now. I'd cup over, right? I would cup over the ponytail. I'd pull this down and then I'd start pulling it back until it opened up. Hang on. Got one loose fucking long hair that's driving me crazy. And I'd keep pulling the back and over my ears until it actually held my hair, which I had a lot more hair. My hair's fucking falling out like crazy. But I loved this fucking thing, especially when I was young and halfway decent looking. It looks like shit with me all wearing black. I had a black one too. But the problem is where you live, it'd probably be too warm. These are really good where I live because it's good in rainy weather. It's good in really cold weather. And like I have I've always had a lot of gray clothes. This is like hung on my laptop. So like I have this gray sweatshirt. This is the type of shit that I would wear with it. But yeah, oh shit. I used to really love it, especially when I kept my hair down all the time. because I would just kind of roll it up almost like in a bun, but I wouldn't keep it in a bun. I would just use it so I could get the beanie on, and the beanie would hang onto my hair. And my hair is so incredibly fucking curly when it dries, which it's thinner now than it used to be. But when it was hella curly, it would just turn into like almost like an afro. So it was really, really, really nice to get my hair out of the way, if that makes any sense. I'm actually planning on getting my hair cut because I have so many split ends, it's thinned, and my hair is very gray. This is what stress does to a motherfucker. Like, it's a little damp, but that's what stress does to a person. So yeah, me running around with like gauged ears and a lip ring, and dude, I was a sexy motherfucker when I was young. I'm not lying. I pulled mad bitches. And I'm kind of saying mad bitches is sort of a joke, but no, I didn't have trouble. Well, I had a lot of trouble with women, but it wasn't for a lack of them. It's because there was too many of them. Like I had issues that, I mean, I had an ex try to off herself because of me. Like it was a problem. But I got old and fat and tired. I miss being able to wear my hair down though. It's thinned out so much. So what I'm going to do is, you can tell, you see how it comes to a point? I'm going to cut about this much of my hair off. I'm just going to cut off the ends, and it should start growing like normal again. That's awesome. You're a girl though, so I'm not going to. I have seen girls call other girls cute way more than I have ever seen a girl call a guy cute to a guy's face. Doesn't mean it never happens. I'm just saying. I don't know if it's changed though. You have to understand I'm also really old. So I don't know if it's different now. And I'm not saying you shouldn't take it as a compliment. Any day someone calls you cute, you fucking ride that. You deserved it. Yes, yeah, so that's also equally true. Most of my compliments come from other dudes. And it's usually something like, bro, that shirt is badass, or, you know what I mean? It's just kind of, the reason is because people are more comfortable with their own sex and gender. Like, they're just more comfortable. There's less of an expectation there. Unfortunately, that has gotten me in trouble because, yes, I was popular with girls when I was young, but I also was popular with guys when I was young. It was a thing. Like, it was a problem. I literally texted one of my old friends from high school just to see how he was doing. And his first response was, "So, are you still straight?" And I'm like, yes, I'm sorry. I'm still straight. And he's like, "Oh. Well, if anything changes, hit me up." And it's like, God damn it, Brandon, shut the fuck up. You motherfucker. It's been like 10 years, bro, and you're still holding out hope that I'm going to break off a piece. It's not happening, man. I'm sorry. No, I'm perfectly straight. Yeah. I don't have anything against anybody for their identity unless that identity removes consent or involves someone who can't give consent, right? Otherwise, I don't give a shit. You can be pansexual, bisexual. I don't care. I really genuinely don't care. Also, don't throw it in my face all the time. And that goes for straight people too. Like, there are definitely, I have met men especially that will not shut the fuck up about their pursuits of women and like how popular they are. Like, today is probably the first day I ever really even mentioned that I was popular with girls when I was young, but I have met man whores that will just not shut the fuck up about it. And it's like this sort of having respect for yourself and not being gross. So as long as you're self-respecting and you're not being gross, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. But no, never had an interest in men. I've had men have interest in me, but I've never had an interest in men. The fuck? Wait, what is this? Is this yours? So what happened to me, I got popular, but it was a weird thing that happened. Wait, who called who baby girl? Who called who baby girl here? It's super cute. Yeah, not being gross and having self-value is huge. It's just a respect thing. Um, I had somebody really mad at me because I told them that I didn't like, this is probably going to get me in trouble. I'm going to get canceled. The flamboyantly gay people, like the people that are really over the top and incredibly flamboyant. I don't like that. I don't like that style of personality. It actually has nothing to do with them being gay. It's just this the top character that they play. It, I just, I don't vibe with it. It feels fake. It feels disingenuous. And I've seen it with straight people. And it's okay to say that when I see that kind of caricature being played by a straight person or the straight equivalent of that particular character, it's okay to say that I don't like that, that I think that it's dumb, that they shouldn't do that. But as soon as it's a person that swings the other way, you get in a lot of trouble. And it's like, it has absolutely nothing to do with their preference in genitals. It just has to do with their behavior. I'm allowed to not like the behavior of people regardless of everything else. You know, it's the content of the character kind of thing. Now, that said, what people think of as being flamboyant and what I'm talking about are probably two different things. I'm talking about like the really over the top, because like my friend Brandon, for instance, was a fairly flamboyant gay man. I love that dude. He was great. But he was never, well, to be fair, he was occasionally over the top. Occasionally. But it was like he just dipped his toe over the line every now and then. And usually it was because he was making like a joke, or he was like purposefully being humorous, or he was purposefully being over the top. He was being like satirical of himself. And I could respect that, you know. Yeah. So there is a difference though. A lot of it has to do with the fact that it was not always acceptable. And so men had to find ways, it was usually men, had to find ways to signal to other potentially gay men that they themselves were gay because they couldn't openly talk about it. That's why I said what you're thinking of being like flamboyant and over the top is probably really tame in comparison with what I'm talking about. There is a point at which they become this over the top character that's just silly. And I have met men that were straight that play similar characters, like the real hardcore machismo guys. You know that "be a man" meme? And it's like, there's a reason why that's a meme and it's a joke. It's because it's over the top and it's silly. I'm going to get in trouble for this. I know that people are just going to automatically assume I'm bigoted, but I promise you I'm not. I've had a lot of gay friends. I don't have any friends right now, so I don't really have to worry about that. Or at least I don't have very many currently at my current age. I think one of the reasons too has to do with sexual harassment I received when I was young. I had a lot of sexual harassment from gay men when I was a young teenager. And so maybe there is like some trauma there that makes me feel that way. See, I used to work. Well, I mean, a person is allowed to say whatever they want when it comes to pronouns. Pronouns are not important to me or my generation, I don't think. I mean, maybe some in our generation, but like I've been misgendered a bunch of times. I have never once been upset about it. I don't care about it. It's just not important enough. If I really care about a person, I will go out of my way, right, to gender them correctly because they're a friend of mine. But if I accidentally misgender someone I don't know and they get really upset about it, like, dude, calm down. There's no way I could have possibly known. I just think that there are like real atrocities being taken place against people, marginalized people, that are just more important than that. Like, we have it really good in the Western world right now. I'm not saying that there's not still work to be done in that particular regard, but what with Chair Table Y? I met a guy. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Did he try to copy your personality? Or was it just a coincidence you guys were similar? So, for perspective, I had another friend named Bradley, not Brandon, and we were like best friends for actually two of my best friends were Ian as well. Um, I had a best friend Ian in middle school that years later came out and explained that he was in love with me, and I had to shoot him down. It was kind of sad. But also it was really odd because it had been years since I'd spoken to him. And then another thing happened where I had a small group of friends in high school. I had one friend named Bradley and another friend named Eric. And Bradley had had a couple girlfriends. In fact, we had shared girlfriends at one point. We didn't have her at the same time, but we both at some point dated the same person, right? And what ended up happening was it later came out that he was gay and in love with my other best friend, Eric. And that apparently they had been sleeping together for quite some time, but that Eric didn't reciprocate. Eric was interested only in the physical, and it broke my other friend's heart. It was a really fucked up situation. So, like, for perspective, I've had a lot of close friends that were gay, and I've never cared. I just don't care. It's not important to me. I don't care what genitals you prefer or what genitals you define yourself by. I do not. It's not important to me. I really am a content of your character kind of person. And it really bothered me because I sort of had a falling out with Eric because of his behavior. Um, he did a lot of really fucked up, horrible things, some of which really negatively affected me and, in fact, involved that girl that tried to kill herself. Right? Sorry, unalive herself. And so I found a lot of his behavior to be despicable. As I grew up and matured, I started to notice this behavior more and more. And so I started to separate myself from him more and more. And my friend Bradley was really immature, but he was kind of autistic. He was like incapable of lying. He would say the most offensive, mean shit to you and be 100% honest, but you learn to really appreciate it because you knew he was never lying to you. He would give you the harsh truth every time. And I loved that motherfucker for that. And watching him be brokenhearted because of this other guy really upset me because this other guy had somehow fucked me over when it came to a girlfriend and fucked him over when it came to being in love with them. It was really that was right before I left that city. I got to a point where everybody was either strung out on drugs, everybody was arguing with each other, and so I just said, you know what? Everybody's going to jail. They're dying, they're overdosing or getting strung out. I can't. And so an opportunity arose for me to move to basically where I am now, and I cut ties with pretty much everybody there. It was the healthiest thing I could do. So, yeah, that's like some real personal shit. I'm not going to say last names or anything like that because I don't want to be shitty. Also, it's been a really long time, so I don't harbor any like harsh feelings towards any of those people. I'm just being honest. That's just the truth of it. It's a crazy story. I just want to, set it out there that like, yeah, I have some conservative thoughts because I'm older, right? Like I'm approaching 40, but I have never had an issue with people that I just don't care about their sexual orientation. It's not important to me. I think there's so much about a person that you should care about more personally. I think we focus on it too much nowadays. I really do. I feel like also you can't tell whether a person is good or bad based solely on their orientation. Like, I'm sorry, but there are shitty gay people. The same as there are shitty straight people. The fact that they're shitty should take precedent. You should maybe cut those people out of your life. You know what I mean? I need to put my hair up. I feel a lot of warmth on my neck right now. That sounds like a double entendre for something. Sounds like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, if you know what I mean, kind of a situation. So I unfortunately spent more money, chat. I bought Super Meat Boy. I shouldn't have bought Super Meat Boy, but I was thinking, man, I loved Celeste. I loved Hollow Knight. I want another good platforming game. And so I got it. I am dude, I love that. You and an obsession with the game being hard. Like, I get it. I like a good hard game, but that's not the most important thing about a game, like, at all. Every time I like talk, well, not every time, but here lately, I've noticed that when I talk about games, one of the first things Stemkey talks about is like how difficult it is. Like, I was talking about like Blood Thief. I'm like, man, this game looks amazing. He's like, no, it looks too easy, bro. It's like, okay, Mr. Ego, calm down. Oh, it's because, okay, that's fair enough, I guess. That's fair enough. You feel like you were cheated. Which is harder? Endgame Celeste or Super Meat Boy? Because like in-game Celeste, really? I thought Super Meat Boy would be harder, bro. I actually did. I actually thought it would be harder than in-game Celeste. Is this a girl you're talking to? Or is this like your bro? Jesus Christ. Stemkey's popular with the ladies, guys. Everybody applaud Stemkey. Yeah, well, yeah. I do see exactly what you mean, Mornier, and I agree with that too. Stemkey is getting to an age where this sounds so much like I'm Unk. I'm Unk right now. But he's getting to the age where he's gonna start dating and stuff a lot more often. He's younger, right? And I'm glad to see that he's popular with the ladies. That's good for him. Yeah, because you were saying like you've never been popular with either of the genders. What I'll say happened to me, it's really interesting. Well, it's interesting to me. You guys probably don't give a shit. So I was a roly-poly, overweight nerd when I was in middle school. Wore glasses, was overweight, kind of poor. Just enough that I'd wear the same clothes for a really long time. So when I gained weight, we used to cut the waistband so they would still fit. So my clothes were always like mismatched. I had an obsession with campy Hawaiian shirts that had like dragons and Chinese kanji on them, as we've talked about with that Meat Canyon video. So I was fucking king nerd, bro. King fucking nerd. I had like shark tooth necklaces and Hawaiian t-shirts, and like I was a goofy fucking kid. Well, this goofy kid went to go live in the city. I went to go live in Dallas, and I lived in a particularly dangerous part of Dallas, at least at the time. I think it's cleaned up a lot since then. But yeah, I lived down in the cliff. I lived in Oak Cliff next to Oak Cliff Park. And there was some gentrification that had taken place, but all my friends lived deep in Oak Cliff where it was pretty dangerous. Like there was a brothel down the road. You'd hear gunshots every now and then. My dad was mugged. He had one home invasion take place. Like it was a wild place to live, especially coming from the woods of Kentucky, because I'd already lived in California at that point, but I had come to Kentucky for a while, and then I went to go live with my dad in Dallas. And so I had culture shock, dude. I did not know how to process anything. I was one of 3 white kids in my class. I was going to a charter school, which was made to sound like it was supposed to be like a fancy, like private school. It fucking was not. It was super hood. And it was pretty fucking dangerous. Had a lot of friends, or I made a lot of friends that were different gangs, a lot of Crips, a lot of Bloods. Most of my Blood friends were Hispanic, and most of my Crips friends were black. Not trying to be racist. That's my actual literal experience. And what happened was my dad lost his job. We had almost no money. And so I really, really struggled to eat. It was very bad. I used to collect pennies and buy sodas, and that'd be what I'd get like an orange flavored Mountain Dew. They had them on sale that year for like 89 cents. And so I'd literally collect 89 pennies, and that would be my meal for the day, is that one orange Mountain Dew. So I lost a shit ton of weight to the point that I was sick. Like I was sick a lot of the time. And my stepmother was crazy. She had lost her mind. She had like 7 dogs and like 30 cats. The house was full of roaches. I mean, tens of thousands of roaches. There was one room you couldn't go in because there were so many fleas. They would turn your white socks gray. Like there'd be literally thousands on you. I smelled bad all the time. My clothes always smelled like shit because the house was run down. And it was so hot. I wasn't used to it, right? It was very, very hot. And I had finally gotten used to cold weather, then went back to hot weather. So this thing happened. We had, it was really bad. We had an ice storm, and it was very unusual. You don't have ice storms in Dallas, or you didn't then very often. So this ice storm happened, and I was in my element. I was used to cold weather. So I said, fuck it. We live next to the park. Nobody's going to rob you in the middle of a fucking snowstorm. So it's going to be safe. I'm going to go hang out in the park. So I walk like completely around this park, the far, far way. And it's probably like, I don't know, like a mile and a half, 2 mile circumference. So I walk completely around this park, and all the kids, even the kids that were gangbangers, they were all out having fun. People were sledding down hills on trash can lids. It was so bad that people were chaining up the trash can lids so they wouldn't get stolen. There were people hanging onto the hitches, the back of their car with their friends, pulling them down the road because of how slick it was. Everybody was just having fun. It was just really surreal experience where you forgot that you lived in a dangerous neighborhood. Everybody was just out having fun. And I walked by the fountain, which had been turned off because it's freezing, right? Your fountain's going to fucking freeze. And I'm just going to be perfectly honest. 14 years old, I smell pot. I smell someone smoking pot. And I'm like, who the fuck is out here smoking pot in the park when everybody's outside? This is fucking weird. So I look around, and there's like this huddled mass on a bench. I mean, they looked like a character out of like a comic book or something. They had so many layers on. It was like 3 shirts, a bunch of long sleeves, a sweatshirt with a jacket and a parka and a hood and a beanie and everything. Like you could barely make out that there was a human under it. They just looked like a pile of stuff. So I did the universal gesture of like this. And they looked at me and they were like, yeah, come here. So I go over there, and I'm thinking it's just like some dude sitting in the park. And they had this cheap, shittily rolled up joint that was like wrapped in toilet paper roll. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like they didn't even have papers, but it was like a blunt. And they offered it to me, and I was a dumbass kid. So fuck it. And I started smoking, and me and this person smoked down, barely shared a word with each other. And when it was done, I remember she took her hood and her beanie off, and she introduced herself, and she ended up being my first serious girlfriend ever. She was the girl I lost my virginity to. No shit. And her family liked me because she was wild. Like she was a fucking wildcat. She was crazy. And her parents knew it, and they didn't know how to control her, but I was fairly tame. Like I could get in trouble, but I wasn't a bad kid. So they liked having me around because I kind of kept her in check. I kept her out of trouble. When she wanted to rob the fucking mall, I'd be like, maybe don't rob shit from the mall. You know what I mean? And so I kind of kept her in check. So her parents would pay me to do odd jobs around their house, and I would use that money at the mall to buy new clothes, and they would wash my clothes for me in their washer at their house so that I didn't smell bad, and they would take me out once or twice a week to go eat so that I got plenty of food. And that kind of sucked because they were vegetarians. Every single one of them were pescatarian. None of them ate meat. So, but anyway, like saved me basically. And when I came back from all of that, I was used to like real hoodlums, like people pulling guns on each other, getting in serious fights, trying to shank each other, like literal like gang fights and shit. I used to wander around the city all by myself, smoking pot with the homeless people. Like I went on adventures, hopped trains with tickets that we found on the ground. stealing t-shirts from malls, bought a stolen CD player at Mockingbird Station from a random hobo that was trying not to get caught by the cops, then had to hop the train even though we didn't have a ticket because we didn't want to get busted with it. Like, we did all these things. And when I came back to Kentucky, all the people that used to try to bully me, I would just punk them the fuck out because I was not even remotely afraid of them. Like, they would try to pressure me like they did when I was younger, and I'm like, you can fuck off. You think I'm afraid of you? Like, you're just a fucking backwoods hick whose daddy doesn't treat him well. Fuck off. And all of a sudden I became really popular because of that. Like, I was this alt kid that wore like goth clothes, baggy pants and stuff. Had a shit ton of friends. Like, over the course of the next 2 or 3 years, I was super popular. One of the most popular kids in school, easily. More popular than most of the like jocks and football players and stuff. I was friends with most of them. It was cool because I didn't really have a clique. I didn't have like a group of people that I was a part of. Like, yeah, I was dressed wearing baggy pants and blah, blah, blah. And every now and then you'd meet like a kid that's like, you're a fucking poser, blah, blah. Fuck those guys. Obviously I wasn't, because I still feel the same way as I did then. But it changed a lot. And a lot of it was that I just wasn't scared anymore. I just didn't give a shit anymore. And it made a huge difference. I would argue that I was extroverted actually when I was young. At least when I was a young teenager. They say that that can't change. But I swear, when I was a teenager, dude, I was super outgoing. I would leave my house for like weeks. I would go all over the place. I hung out with tons of people and I got so much energy from it. I used to live down the street from where they threw concerts every weekend. And a lot of my girlfriends I met because of that place, because I lived down the street from where they had live metal shows. You know, my mom used to tell me, it's like, how are you supposed to meet anybody nowadays? There's no dance halls anywhere, no discos. And I'm like, we had concerts once a week. So it was a Christian... it was called like Christian Community Care or something like that. We called it the Center. And basically the church had bought this place out to throw local shows and hired people to watch the kids that came to the show. And they charged them $5 to get in. You get a stamp on you. And the idea was, if these kids are here being watched, then they're not going to be out doing drugs and drinking and just being fucking wild. They're going to be here. We can watch them and we'll give them entertainment. We'll have them play their bands here and we'll set up all this stuff. And yeah, we did a lot of crazy shit there that they did not know about. But yeah, that every week, every Saturday, like clockwork, would go up there. And because I lived close, I used to like pick up girls and just literally walk them back to my apartment. Oh my God, I just remembered a girl that I forgot. I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting to say the least. I don't know how kids do it now. I don't know anywhere around here where they throw shows like that. It's okay to be introverted. It just has to do with where you get energy. Do you feel more energetic when you have time to yourself, or do you feel more energized when you're around people? Dude, that's another thing. Alex, my first Alex, the girl I lost my virginity to, made me fearless when it came to women. And it made me fearless right up until I kissed this girl named Jessica and got in a lot of trouble for it. So there was this girl. She was the daughter of a nurse that worked with my mom, who was a nurse. And I went up there, and me and this Jessica girl hung out for hours and hours and hours. And she was super fucking flirty. Like, to this day, I defend my actions. At the time, I didn't understand and was really scared and thought I had done something wrong. But the more I look back on it, I'm like, oh. But she was super flirty all day. And she went in like 3 or 4 times for a kiss. And I would dodge it. So I'm like, I just met you today. Well, eventually, I did kiss her. And 100% she kissed back. Like, she was into it, son. And then immediately went to her mom and said that I had stolen a kiss from her and got me in a shit ton of trouble. Never saw her again. But that fucked me up because I was really confident with women right up until that happened. And I'm like, well, shit, man. What the fuck? Like, if you had been there, you would have been confused too. At the time, I thought I really had done something wrong. But the more I look back on it, I'm like, wait a minute. No. she just wanted attention, I think. I think that was honestly negative attention-seeking behavior. Because if you had seen her behavior, most guys, I think, would have already received a kiss from her because of the way she was behaving. I could be wrong. Maybe I was wrong. But it pretty much, like, this is way before we had conversations about consent and stuff. Pretty much after that, it had to be super, super clear whether a girl was into it or not. I'd straight up ask them, like, okay, you realize where this is going, right? But I'm telling you, it made it harder. It was harder to get girlfriends after that because I was afraid to approach women for fear that I'd get accused of being a creep. Right, exactly. That's what happened after. Before I wasn't. Before, I hate to say this, before I had a very French, like a French philosophy about it. Like, you sweep a woman off her feet and you make her feel cared for and loved, you know, and that confidence is attractive and will generally be, what is the word, requited. They'll be receptive to it at the very least, and maybe they'll say no, but that'll be the end of it. Like, that's really how I felt about it. And then after that, I was like, wait, I can be accused of sexual assault even though, and like, you can ask any of my ex-girlfriends if that has ever been a thing, and they will, even the ones that hate me will say, like, no, not at all, he's not creepy at all, he never did anything untoward to me ever. So it was just, you know, you got to be careful. You can be accused of things. It can ruin your life too. Thankfully, I've got Alfred calling me a yapologist on Discord. Fuck you, Alfred. Go watch Prime, bro. We know you are. We know you're watching Prime right now. I think he responded to that because he said, "Did you know that wombat poop is shaped like a cube?" And I said, "Actually, yeah, I did." I said, "I'm a gyncologist, so," and he's like, "More like a yapologist, ha ha ha." I'm not sure if that's the correct word. You guys can correct me. I'm pretty sure a gyncologist is a studier of poop. I look up gyncology and I get jankum. Jankum is purported inhalant and hallucinogen created from fermented human waste. Ralph Sepe Jr., gyncologist. That's creepy because that's my name. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that it's going to go down or go up? You know what I hate? I hate when they take things out of context. So one thing that the right likes to do in the United States right now is say that the raising of the minimum wage will actually hurt the country. And yeah, it can. It absolutely can if you raise it too much or too quickly. I think that the West Coast has pushed too hard. They've increased the minimum wage to like $20 an hour, and it's caused a bunch of businesses to leave. But that's one thing. I'm not asking for $20 an hour, right? I don't even make minimum wage. But I do think that if we slowly tapered minimum wage up to match what the minimum wage needs to be so that a person on minimum wage has a survivable wage, I think that it can be done in such a way as the economy is sustainable and nobody is left literally starving. I think the problem is they've waited so long to increase the minimum wage that the amount of money we would now need to live off of is so high that we would totally disrupt the economy if we suddenly, I think it'd be like $23 an hour or something crazy. You can't increase it from $7.25 to $23 an hour. There's no way that would be ruinous to the economy. But if you increased it to like 10 and then waited a year or two and then increased it to 12 and then waited a year or two and then increased it to 14, you see what I'm saying? Maybe even longer than 2 years. But if you actually made a habit of slowly increasing the minimum wage to meet inflation so that people can afford to live on it, I think that's a positive thing. And I think using the West Coast, California, Washington, Oregon as an example is a bad example because that's what happens when you abuse that system and you increase wages too quickly. Now imagine that corporate council members have supremacy and an inclusive veto right that workers don't have, and the corporate council members are from McDonald's. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, they're creating robber barons. I see exactly what you're saying. That's fucked. I don't think workers' rights should be dictated to me by corporate billionaires. I think that's probably bad. It's probably bad. Just a thought. Oh, I saw this the other day. This is so sick. Could you imagine killing a zombie in Walking Dead with this? This is like the ultimate Walking Dead weapon, chat. Well, except you'd have to close your mouth. You don't want that shit to get in your mouth. Dude, I thought those were pennies in that for a second. I'm like, those are fucking pennies? Did they just shoot pennies into this? But it's not. It's just a piece of copper. Dude, I wouldn't mess with this. This thing is going to kill somebody. That's everywhere. That's everywhere in the world. That is everywhere in the world. It seems to be the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. That's everywhere in the world. Dude, it's just the thing that people don't appreciate is that, like, at least in the West, here in the US, they're like, we can't have socialism in the United States. And it's like, bitch, we do. We already have it. It's just for people that make like 7 figures or greater a year. They get to be a part of a socialist program. The rest of us don't. The rest of us give money to the government, which is then gambled with and then lost and then stripped away from us later on in life, so we can't retire. That's what we get. You just have to look at the 2008 housing crisis and the way CEOs walked away from that with golden parachutes to understand that there's socialism for the higher echelons of the American economy, just not for the poorer people, right? And I think part of it is fiat currency is a bad idea. You need a currency that's based on something real, like a gold standard or a silver standard. That's why they call it a pound sterling, or they did in Britain, right? I don't know that we can go back to that now. I think it might be too long. But another problem is, like, I do agree with like capital gains, right? So like, let's say you invest a whole bunch in the stock market. You can't really be taxed on that because that money isn't liquid. Right? The market could go up or down. So that could end up being worth a whole lot, or it could end up being worth nothing, which is why they don't tax it the same way. But given that information, you should not be allowed to use that as currency. So for instance, when Elon Musk went to buy Twitter, he used Tesla shares. Right? But he didn't want to lose his Tesla shares. So instead he took his Tesla shares to the bank and he said, I need a loan for like $40 billion to buy Twitter. And they're like, why don't you just use the Tesla shares? He's like, well, I am, but I don't want to lose them. So the way I'm going to avoid losing them is I'm going to take a loan from you guys and put up as collateral my shares. Right? Which means that he was able to use $40 billion to buy Twitter, but we can't tax that $40 billion. So my problem isn't that it's not taxed, actually. I think that's the wrong problem. The problem is that you should not be allowed to use that as currency without making it liquid first. So he would have to pull $40 billion out as actual money that is then taxed before he turns around and uses that money to buy something like Twitter. That's the solution, right? And the reason why I think that's a better solution is we have a lot of like financial illiteracy in the United States. If we were to make our youth financially literate and teach them how to invest and then give them the benefit of capital gains taxes, right? So they're not being taxed to death on their investments, then we could actually make a thriving economy for the youth. We can maybe, along with reintroducing manufacturing to the United States, right, embolden the middle class. But no one should be allowed to use that money that isn't liquid, right, to buy anything. Like, sorry, you have to cash it out first. That's how I feel about it. People are like, tax the rich, and it's like, well, what if we just made it so they had to make that money actual cash, and then we tax that actual cash? So if they want to swing $40 billion around, they can't just put up their shares. They actually have to cash in their shares for the money, then use that money to buy. You see what I'm saying? So they would actually be able to get away with the excuse of like, oh, well, it isn't the same as having cash. You can't tax it the same because I could lose it. Well, that's true because you also can't use it to buy anything. Just a thought. Just a thought. I wonder if Elon Musk would have bought Twitter if he had to cash out everything first. Hang on. I've been thinking about buying an LTD lately. I'm curious what this guy has to say about him.
The LTD Eclipse EC256.
Very cheap guitar.
24 3/4 inches in scale length. This thing features a bound roasted Jatoba fingerboard with flag style inlays. Black satin finish with multiply binding on the body and headstock. This one was upgraded with a set of limited edition Gibson Voodoo series pickups from the early 2000s. And that's a 496R in the neck and a 500T in the bridge. Professionally set up in A standard tuning and includes a Gator TSA
A standard tuning on a 24 3/4 inch neck. Wow.
TA molded.
Got to be the world's thickest fucking strings. It's probably like a wound
shell
B
case.
string.
Essentially brand new and unplayed, available now for a killer price.
Really? Oh, is he selling it at Does It Doom? How much is he selling it for? Fucking Imperial 9. He doesn't have it listed here. But that's a cool guitar. That actually is a cool guitar. I just realized, but you don't care. You guys do not care. Merch, maybe? Where is he selling it? I want to know what the price is. You should have said the price, my guy. Where are you selling this? Oh, when was this? Yeah, good call. Good call. I'm curious because this is a cheaper end. So for the record, the way you can tell how good an LTD is the number that comes after it. So 1000 is like their peak. It used to be the LTD was their cheaper line because it's made by ESP, right? But if you got like an ESP LTD 1000 of something, that was like the top of the line of that version of guitar. So if you got like a Viper and it was like a 256, that'd be a cheaper end, but you got 1000, that was the upper end. I actually found the Spiroducius guitar. This ESP LTD MH1000, this exact red guitar. I found this exact red guitar for $600 about an hour away from me. And I'm considering getting it because it's like a $1,300 guitar, I think. Which is, it's crazy that the only thing wrong with it is they're missing the whammy bar, but I could buy a used one and throw in it. But this exact guitar, I found this exact guitar, same pickups, same setup, same year, everything, for $600. And if you go to like Reverb and you look up the LTD MH1000. The Evertune ones are really expensive. That's because they have an Evertune. You're not looking through the through body. You're looking for the ones that have the Floyd Rose, right? $1,400. Now this is quilted top, but still $1,400. That's an Evertune, so it's going to be expensive. And it's not a through body. You're looking for the ones that have the Floyd Rose, $1,200 plus $200 of shipping. So that I do this all the time. I look for these guitars and then I try to match it to the price that people are selling it for. And you begin to see that like even the cheaper end one, which this is an Evertune. That's crazy that it's that cheap with an Evertune. You see that the price is actually really good. You're not going to find $600 a $600 MH1000 with the Floyd Rose. It's just it's literally 50% off. So I'm thinking about buying it. I wish I had a bunch of money because I'm really good at identifying guitars and whether they're a good deal. Like I thought about like, man, what if I were to like if I made like $15,000, I could go spend $15,000 on guitars and then flip them for money. 100%. I would lose money occasionally if something had like a broken truss rod or whatever, but I think I would make money on most things. I could literally take that $600 MH1000, throw a Floyd Rose in it, post it for $700, right? And make $100 really easy because no one else is selling it for that price. It's not a huge, you know, margin.
Oh, look at that!
But still
look at
cool.
The frames. Can you guys see the
Oh,
frames?
it's Doom 2016.
I don't know how well this translates.
Did you? I was gonna say you didn't connect it to plumbing.
I got our computer here. A couple people pointed out that the CPU I had and the motherboard were not compatible, but that's because this was already on this motherboard because I'm using this from a previous stream where I did a PC thing.
Why
and,
not? It sounds cool.
compatible. I just don't have the.
I love
box
this guy, by the way.
Toilet computer.
Captain
as a concept
introduced
is
me to
something
this
I've wanted
guy,
to
and he
do for a
just makes
while.
the best
Solely
content.
because you can make the joke like, dude, your PC runs like shit, and then I
Yeah.
can make like a fucking hype video for it that starts with you're on liquid cooling. Yeah, well, it is gonna.
Uwo's lab. He's crazy. He's a mad scientist. He's a modern mad scientist, chat. He's insane. He just wasn't he the one that made a fucking fusion or a fission reactor? Yeah. Checking out the radioactivity of uranium. Like he's insane. I completely agree. I mean, he does have 102,000 subscribers, but I recommend if you're like a sciencey nerd, go check him out. It's worth. What is this? Oh, this is the
Look
yeah.
at the frames. Can you guys?
He's just a mad scientist.
Liquid cooling. I have this guy here as my liquid cooling block. He might, hopefully he's not too gunked up. There's a little bit of thermal
paste,
compound
yeah.
on the bottom, which I'm sure is fine, but I'll reapply. Uh-oh. Well, looks like that's all that's in the tube. That should be good enough. Should have done an X. So I just said some people always get uppity about their thermal paste. All right, let me put these springs on the posts. Is the toilet usable?
I don't think. Okay, this is just my opinion, but I think that you should make like a dime or nickel sized circle in the center, because when you press it, it will spread evenly out. But that's just my thought.
Do you mean like, can you shit in it? I wasn't planning on it.
Because you want it to spread out enough that it covers a good surface, but not so much that it's like pouring over the edges.
Would be for the water. The motherboard would be suspended in the bowl, and then the power supply would be like on the side. But do you want it to be usable? Yeah, we gotta do some decorations of the toilet, I feel like.
Yeah, how are you gonna handle electricity?
I listened to the feedback, and this time I'm using a fresh toilet. I'm not using a toilet that has like 20
I'm listening to feedback. We're gonna use a fresh toilet.
years of dookie
So
stains
stupid.
in it. Because y'all got mad last time I did that. I'm using a fresh toilet. It won't get me in trouble.
Dude, why would you use a dookie stain toilet anyway? Because you have to handle that. Do you want to handle a dookie stain toilet? I think not.
It won't have any problems. We need a plan of action. Because, like, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking we do for our little toilet PC. Toilet here, however you draw a toilet, I don't fucking know. Like that, and then the tank's like that. What
Pretty good, pretty good.
Is in here, reservoir. This is for water cooling. You got your motherboard here, suspended above the bowl. The bowl's like...
Let me see.
Hi. That's not a processor. That's a processor.
Maybe actually. Maybe actually. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Maybe not. You think 3.5 grams is enough? Probably not, right? I thought it was bigger than this. That's sad. It's probably not enough. Maybe? maybe. This is full. Hang on. This is a full 3.5 gram. It's totally full. The edge of the plunger is like right about where my thumb is, I think. My thumbnail. It's like right there. Yeah. I thought it was bigger than this. I've said that to literally every ex. I thought it was bigger. But no, it's good brand though. I never got rid of it because I'm like, man, if I ever need it, I've got it, because this is the Noctua stuff. Yeah. The NTH1. The good stuff. I ended up never needing it though. My water cooler came with some, so I didn't need to get it for the water cooler. And then the same with my hard drive.
20 million instructions per second. And as far as processors in the early 90s go, we're talking like an 80486 processor back then. I believe that came out in 89, but basically that was still like the top of the range processor. The highest speed version, I believe the 50 megahertz of the 80486.
Wow, 50 megahertz.
It was about
Damn.
40 million instructions per second. So this thing wasn't exactly state of...
Dude, I don't feel good today, chat. I don't know what my deal is. Ow, shit. See, this is why I don't wear my hair down. Did you hear that pop? Yeah, I respect Noctua a lot. My hair is drying out, so you're starting to see the curl. The problem is that where it's turned gray, it's a lot coarser than it used to be. So this is actually less curly than it used to be. Look at how much gray I have though, chat. Look at that. I'm an old man. I've got this this streak right here. This is just straight up like white hair. Grab the top of that. It's all white. I need to hit her up again. I haven't talked to her in a long time. She's been real busy. Real heckin' busy lately. I don't blame her, but what did I do with my hairband, chat? Did you see what I... Damn it, dude. What did you do with it? All right, hang on, boys. I gotta go grab another hairband because I don't know what I did with it. Oh, I thought about continuing Faraday today, but I don't know if I will because I am struggling. Wow, that was very country. I'm struggling with a headache. I got the headache today. I do not feel good. I don't know what my deal is. I have not felt good all day. I feel weak and shaky and my head hurts and I didn't oversleep. I didn't eat anything weird. I don't know what my problem is, man. Headache medicine. It doesn't make sense though. I haven't done anything this week. I mean, I did work last weekend, but no, I just need to go to a doctor. My guess is I have a health issue I don't know about. That is the side effects of which are all the symptoms I experience. Does that make sense? I need to go to a doctor. I just can't afford it. So, and it's funny because I probably need to get another job, a different job that has insurance. Yeah. Well, it's mostly my employer, to be fair. They really should be offering insurance, but they don't. I don't know how they circumvent that, or how they did circumvent that. But yeah. Oh. Yeah, so what does he do with this? Does he do anything with this?
Out
This
in
is
terms
a
of
30-minute
its
video.
Processing power compared to desktop PCs of the day, but you've got to remember this is a massive main. The O-ring seal
Are those capacitors? What are those?
around the edge there. Wow.
Is he
oozing out, and look at that. Oh.
He didn't need to get
Play
sexual.
with that all day.
He did not need to get sexual with this. That's
Pop a
disgusting.
slug in there because it might be hard to get out. Geez, a lot of suction on there. You've really got to get them off at an angle. And better turn. Oh, there's a little something or other there. Little yeah, it was like extruded out of this machine. That was this big drum that was filled. I'm talking bigger than a human sized drum, like 7 foot, 8 foot tall or something. Correct order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unpopulated chippies, and they didn't put the springs in. And these are I don't want to, but this is just so much fun. Oh boy, I wish this was.
This is the most meme-filled fucking video I have ever seen. Like, if I had streamed this, you guys would be clipping every other word. Oh, I love the way that feels. Oh yeah,
This is just so much fun.
this is just so much. You guys would be ragging on me for years about this. It'd be 2028 and you'd be sharing a meme of me wearing fucking oil-covered rubber gloves, going, "Oh boy."
Wow. Anyway, yeah, I've had some of these little chippy things come off, like half a dozen of them. So I'm not sure what the deal is. SRAM chips as well, 128K bit SRAM chips. And I'm guessing that these are down here. Ceramic substrate here. As I said, 121 devices. Some sort of, weird ass metallurgy here.
That's insane. It's probably worth like $14 now, but it was worth a lot back in the top to Bimbo. I wish this were in real life. I wish, like, when you were lost, there was just like an icon. What are these icons called? These chevrons called? There's a name for them. I can't think of what it's called. So let's skip forward to, okay. So he drew a model.
This is the plugins for these. These are
I'm worried about the power supply. No, there is Skyrim calls them something. There's a name for them in Skyrim. The actual points on the compass. I can't remember what it's called though.
The PC on and such. You know, something that I am a little worried about. Where am I gonna put the power supply?
Yeah. Marker sounds close to right. Like it might be a something marker.
In the sitting for a PC where you're supposed to be able to sit on it. Where does the power supply go? In the tank?
That's what I was wondering this whole time. That's why I skipped to here. I was like, dude, where are you gonna put this fucking power supply?
Maybe if I flush it and it blows the breaker and fries my power supply, I'm gonna be at least a little bit pissed. Bros, we might be so back. If we can mount this to significantly shorter infrastructure, all right, let's see what we can do here. They said we were a madman. All right, that actually fits. Okay, dude, that fits. Off by opening it. I don't even know if we're gonna be able to manage that because we have to route the tube up and into the top tank of the toilet. Open to turn motherboard is the.
So he's gonna use the water reservoir for the liquid cooling, and he's gonna route it to the CPU. It looks like he's running the.
Cables are long enough to put the thing down in the forbidden zone, so that's pretty nice.
Don't put it down there.
Generously giving me this shit-ass gaming keyboard.
Shit ass. That's the proper term, by the way, in case you didn't know. Oh, this is what I want to see. There we go. We're right there.
Let's see how this works. Oh, make sure that's secure all the way. It's really bowing the motherboard to push down on it like this. There we go.
Oh, that squeak.
The seat needs some kind of like buffer to have the seat, just to like. Dude, it actually, like, that junction's looking pretty tight. Can it run Doom? It better. It's a full-ass...
Can it run Doom? That's why it runs Doom.
Union hears about this one. Does this fall under the, like, tech support or plumbing? Should be good. We're like almost good to go. I think we just.
I had a client get obsessed with that like a week or two ago. Because I introduced him to the idea of plumbers, and he just thought that plumbers did everything. He was like, we should get the plumber to fix the roof. There's cracks in the roof. And I'm like, plumbers don't fix roofs. Who fixes roofs? Roofers. But what about the toilet? I'm like, well, probably a plumber. But what about the shower? I'm like, the plumbing in the shower? It's like the tub. I'm like, well, you'd get contractors to put in a new like tub if you wanted a tub. And he was like, not plumbers? I'm like, well, you'd have to have plumbers too to route the faucet handles and stuff. And he just went on forever. What about the floor? What about the concrete foundation? What about blah, blah, blah? And I just had to keep listing stuff off. Like, no, you need an electrician for that. You need it.
Get the power supply set and then get the peripherals on. You just wait, it just does that? It'll just work? Hang on, does this just plug in?
You need to just put a suction cup on it so it suction cups to the side of the toilet and doesn't fall down into the liquid when you flush.
Well, if that works, then it can just be there, I guess. Hang on, we gotta, we're professionals here. We gotta make sure it stays in place. Luckily, I have just the solution. That should work excellent.
Technically, I think at least with with sewers and with the big tanks, not a sewage tank, what's it called? Septic tanks. That is not plumbers. You have to have special people for septic tanks and sewers, not plumbers.
Like this?
I learned that from a plumber. Because we had issues with plumbing at the house where I work, and they were like, listen, we can work up to this point, but once we get to this particular O-ring, we can't work any further than that. And I'm like, why? It's like, you have to get septic people out here to work on it. It's like, fuck, I had no idea. He's like, same's true for sewers. Like, the sewage system is dealt with a separate set of people.
So I guess it's just gotta be like this.
So the septic people live in sewers and kidnap people. They kidnap plumbers. They're arch nemesis.
Should we dye the toilet water so that it's visible?
How do you know it's not a plumber just trying to throw you off their trail?
It's gonna be just. We let it fill the bowl. That's the real question. The question is not adding it. Oh my god. Okay, I'll add food dye. Look, I wanted to make sure it works first. Water first, just to make sure our circulation loop isn't messing up. Alright, the pump's looking decently.
I don't know that I'd ever want to use this kind of water cooling system because I'm always afraid.
It looks like all the seals have held, which is good. And there's
I'm always afraid it's going to spill out on my motherboard.
Pump without power supply, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's just run the entire thing. Alright, I'm gonna just plug it in.
Well, I did too until I set up my all-in-one. And when I set my all-in-one up, it actually was comforting. I was like, oh, this is actually put together pretty well. Like, I'm not too afraid that I'm going to fuck this up. It was still a little sketchy, but actually hand-fitting one scares the hell out of me. But I get it. I get it. Water cooling is weird anyway. One of the only reasons why I even stuck with the water cooling instead of just going with, like, fans is because the fans are loud.
Turn the pump on. Oh, okay.
Because on paper, I think traditional fans actually cool better than water. Water is just cool looking.
Wait, I have to actually boot the PC up. I see. Hang on a second. Yeah, baby. You got our little power buttons here. All right. You know,
getting hives for no reason.
To have the keyboard on top like this for like the sitting arrangement that you would do at this game.
I was thinking the same thing. Is he gonna sit like crisscross applesauce?
There we go. The pump is under prime.
No shit.
Oh my gosh. It lives.
It lives.
Struggling. Hang on a second. Turn off. So that you can kind of pop a squat in front of it and then play it like this. No, yeah, wait. That's how you do it. That's it, dude. That's it. No, this is how you do it. You sit like this. Gamer, if you do the gamer shrimp pose, you bend over like this, and then you can piss into the toilet bowl at your leisure. It's actually like, this is actually like a gigabrain arrangement. Yeah. You sit like this. You're kind of straddling the thing like this, and then you can like.
It's a silent cooler, right? Like it's not even a fan. I researched silent coolers before because of music production. So fans, not only do they make sound, right, which can be picked up by like my microphone, Oh, it comes with fans. Never mind. If we're just talking about cooling, you're probably right. It's probably better. But silent cooling is really good for music production, and for two reasons. There's one reason that's obvious: fans make sound, right? There's one not obvious reason, and that is that spinning objects, if there's any like iron, like say there's a gasket or a screw that's spinning, it creates like a little itty bitty magnetic field, like a little teeny tiny one. And that teeny tiny magnetic field, it doesn't fuck with anything except the magnetic pickups on electric guitars. So the magnetic pickups on electronic guitars, they don't like it. It causes all sorts of weird interference. So I actually bought this stuff. It was a waste. It didn't work. Let me see if I can find it. Are you in here or are you? Yeah. This is supposed to be electromagnetic shielding. Does not work. Hang on. Got to click OBS so it doesn't scooch. This is supposed to be electromagnetic shielding. To be fair, it is paper thin. This is supposed to be like Faraday fabric. It doesn't do shit. At least it doesn't do enough. Like it does a little bit, but it's not enough. So the best way to do it is to get copper shielding. Copper shielding works really good for electric guitars. But getting a giant sheet of this in copper, like other than some crackhead that steals catalytic converters, I don't know anybody that has that much. So I don't know what to do about that.
This is the pro arrangement. What can I say? It's what the pros use. Yeah, I can balance.
Imagine having like a pro game tournament and bro just shows up with the toilet and stomps everybody at like CS:GO.
And then you straddle your toilet here, and this is how you play. So then you got the convenience, okay? You can piss into the bowl right.
He is so excited about this.
Let's fire.
He is so insane.
The aesthetic. Well, you know.
Let's get it going.
Fired 70 gigabytes. I'm not saying we ain't got time for that, okay? I don't think we got time. Well, maybe we do have time for that. Play on this computer, install. Yeah.
It works.
Doctor, nah, it'll be fine, bro. It'll be fine. That tank is looking a little brutal, though. Yo, we should try. Let's see what happens when you flush. What
Dude,
happens if you flush this?
he's so insane.
Back in case something happens. What happens if we flush the toilet? Oh shit! It dumped water out of the. It started leaking immediately.
Don't do it again.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! It looks like fucking The Shining in here, dude.
It looks like The fucking Shining in here.
Get the tablet out. Hang on. There's red everywhere now. I thought it was gonna be a little more streamlined than that. The computer is still alive. I was really afraid it was gonna get up to where the PC, to where I see the frames. Hang on. I don't know how well this translates. Yeah, baby. Dude, this PC runs like shit. Ha! It runs like shit, do you get it? Because it's a toilet. Damn.
Okay, that guy is insane. That guy has actually lost his mind, chat. Map symbols. In the game Skyrim, symbols used by the Thieves Guild are called shadow marks. Maybe that's what I was thinking of, but then there's just map markers. Yeah, you were right. They're markers. You were right. They're just markers. I might have been thinking about shadow marks, and maybe that's why I thought there was something in front of it, because I said it's like something markers. Yeah. Okay. All right. Today we learned, chat. Today we learned. What am I gonna do? I wish I felt better. I want to like stream a game, but I don't feel like it. Maybe my medicine will kick in and I'll get to feeling better, but I'm starting to get like a headache. You know what I'm gonna do? Usually helps, but I have to find it. I really should just keep my backpack by the bed. Oh my god, it's right next to me. Benadryl. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I don't know. It's bothering me though, because I don't know what's wrong. Like I don't know what's going on. I got randomly sick. I said this already, but it was actually embarrassing. I'm like, this dude's parents probably think I'm a fucking idiot or like I'm on something or something because I just was so out of it and felt so bad. And I feel almost the same. It's almost the same feeling. I wonder if I'm getting like sensitive to like carbohydrates or dairy or something. Because I think in both cases I had dairy and a bunch of carbs. What if I'm developing whatever it's called where you're like gluten fucks with you? What's that called? It just says gluten intolerance, but there is celiac disease. That's what I was looking for. Celiac. What if I'm developing celiac disease? I need to talk to Stid. He would know. I think he has celiacs. I don't engage in a lot of silly acts, but when I do. Oh, I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm not excited about that either. Hang on. Cool me down, air conditioner. Help me out. Help me to feel better. Oh. I need to learn. Well, I need to spend more time doing art stuff in my free time. Because I talk about making a game all the time and then I never work on it. Or I only work on the code aspect of like making a player controller or whatever. And I never really take it any further. And I probably should. Just make it so I can shut up about it. Because if I don't ever shut up about it, it will never get done. What made me think of that was I was watching Strawberry Jam earlier, which is like a community-made mod for Celeste, and it was so pretty. Strawberry Jam looks so good. The community did such a good job. I can't type. It just looks so good. I'm a fan of well-done
Hello,
pixel art.
everybody. As of the time of this video's upload, the Celeste Strawberry... Hello, everybody. As of the time of this video's upload, the Celeste Strawberry Jam collab has officially been released. This video serves as an installation...
I noticed that before I got on stream. That exact thing, actually. I am wearing concealer because I was red. Like my cheeks were red and my forehead was red and my nose was red. I'm not even lying. I was like, damn. And what it made me think of was Scottish people or like Irish people, how they get really red in the face when they drink, only I haven't drank. And I didn't have a headache when I started stream. I just felt a little under the weather. And now I feel like I'm getting a headache, which is why I took a bunch of medicine. Dude, I hate it though, because I don't have a lot of shit going on in my life. I work, I help my sister and my mom, and I stream. And like, this is my chance to hang out with friends. This is what I like. And when I feel so bad I can't do that, it's like, fuck, dude. Like, it's the one thing I enjoy doing. Like,
guide for
let
the
me
mod,
have this.
And
you
we'll
know?
walk you through all of the necessary steps for you to download it and...
But look at how beautiful this is. They did such a good job.
To play Strawberry.
One thing I like about Celeste is it's not exclusively tiles. There are tiles. Maybe everything is exclusively tiles, but it's very fluid. Like, look at these vines, right? I would not be surprised if this was a single object. Does it move
Steps for you to
with the
download
concrete
and start
behind it?
playing.
It doesn't. Or it does. So they must be built with the tiles.
To play Strawberry Jam.
The translucency is so nice. One thing I would like to see, I don't see a lot
You will need
in 2D games, is even when they have parallax, they have at most 2 backgrounds. So they have like a middle ground and then a background. In this case, it's just 2 layers. There's a foreground, a
to
background.
have Celeste installed on Steam,
No, there is a middle ground. This moves at a different speed.
Epic Games, or Itch.
That is actually a huge deal. And I was going to say, you want foreground elements too, because it really gives a
Fortunately,
feeling of
technical
depth.
limitations prevent Celeste from
And I remember one time thinking about how would you do focal points? No, I'm not wanting to install it right now. I just want to see the pretty pixels. When you look up Strawberry Jam Celeste, this is the first video that pops up. That's it. That's it. I'm not planning on installing it right now. You haven't been here, have you? You've been over at Phelps. You lost the plot a little bit. I don't feel like playing Celeste tonight. I just got done bitching about feeling bad too. What I'm talking about is the pixel art and the layers and the way that they're set up. One thing I was trying to figure out is, how do you handle focal length in pixel art, and is it possible? So, you know, like, I don't know, is the focal length extreme enough? Yeah, you see how the background's like a little blurry? You know what I mean? It's not super blurry, but it creates a focal length. I didn't realize that when the air conditioner goes, it blows that lampshade so it's moving. But aliasing is something unique to non-pixel art forms. And so when you create a blur, it's hard to create a blur on pixel art that doesn't alias, right? That doesn't take away from its pixel artiness. But I watched this amazing video. You've probably seen this, Captain. Let me see if I can find it. And this is for 3D, but I was like, I wonder if this dithering idea could be used to control blur in pixel art.
In the description.
So you could fake blur. Actually, that's a perfect example right here. So you guys might remember the Uberdeen or whatever. You see how there's like this dithering around the body that makes it look like he's glowing, right? Or dithering around the edge of this light source. I feel like that dithered edge makes it look blurry even though it's pixelated. And I wonder if you were to make a pixel art game and you wanted to make the extreme foreground out of focus and the extreme background out of focus, could you use dithering without it looking bad? But this is a really cool video. Surface stable fractal dithering. Dude built a system for it.
In 2018, Lucas Pope released the game.
I feel like Captain would maybe have seen this.
Return of the Obra Dinn. Besides being an
It's
excellent
cool.
detective game, the best I've ever
I
played,
figured you would have watched it because
also
I
has
watched it and I
aesthetic
thought it was
where the
interesting
world
as shit.
is rendered entirely in black and white using image dithering to
See, but the dithering that's used to create the blur effect looks really cool. The problem is, like, imagine this kind of blurring or the blurring of the horizon in a game like Celeste. I don't know that it would work well. Now, this, of course, is black and white. So if you introduce a 256 color palette and multiple layers of dithering over top of each other, maybe you could do it so it doesn't look so much like a game from the
convey
mid-'80s.
shades of gray. But let's take a step back. Image dithering is a technique used in graphics to create the illusion of a higher number of shades than are actually used.
We're not going to watch this whole thing, but it is really cool because he figured out how to design, like, basically based on the angle and distance of the viewport to the object, you get a different style or level of dithering.
Dots for now. Would it be possible to somehow make a dither pattern that would be stable even under camera translation yet have a consistent scale on the screen?
Yeah, a consistently scaled dither
I have
based
a
on
feeling
camera
it
distance.
should be possible. 5 years later, I randomly decided one.
Damn, it took him 5 years to decide to do it. He's such a pro. That's such a programmer thing. That's such a. I bet Captain's done that before. He probably had an idea when he was 16, and when he was like 21, he was like, you know what? I think I'm finally gonna do that thing.
Try it out. I set up a simple test scene. For the dither pattern, I'm just using
I'm not gonna make us watch the whole thing, but dude, it gets so wacky toward the end. Like when you watch what it looks like, it's so
there you
crazy.
have it. That's the basics of how surface-stable fractal dithering works. I left out a lot of details.
Me too, but we're both ADHD. I bet it was worse before you
regarding
got
how to get
medicated.
perfect anti-aliasing for the dots. But I've released the shader code and example project as open source.
'Cause I'm
and
unmedicated.
added lots of comments to the shader.
I don't want to be medicated either, but I probably need to be because I'm having a real hard time.
So if you want,
Yeah,
you
I
can
believe
study
it.
the finer details there. See the links.
It's
in
gotten worse the older I get, but I don't want to be on
the
medicine.
description.
Does that mean I
What
have a
about
choice,
the
really,
return
though?
of the Opera Din? Do I think that my dithering technique would have been?
I wish it
superior
wasn't
to
getting
using
worse, but
that
it
game?
is.
Not really. Like I said, I think it looked great the way it was, and I wouldn't really want to change anything about it.
Yeah, they did a great
Apart from
job.
that, there are some issues I never managed to solve. While the dot spacing is roughly constant,
I'm really curious, like, hang on. Pixel art cloud, right? I just need an example of one. And I need one that would look like it would be in the foreground, so we can maybe use something like this. Although I think the color space should be smaller. Is that pixel art? Holy shit. Yeah, we need something that would look like it's in the foreground. Something like this, maybe. Hang on. I'm gonna try and pick one. I'd really like to have one with I bet these are all for sale. Yeah. No, I just need a free example. I don't need anything fancy. I think we're gonna go with this. And the reason why I'm gonna go with this is because I should be able to remove that white background really easily. What? Wow, I'm out of it, dude. There we go. I want to test something really quick. So like if we mess with focal length, the effect would be a Gaussian blur. But a Gaussian blur on clipboard, please. Hang on. Okay, this is very big, by the way. We need magic wand. I don't remember where magic wand is because I haven't actually used. I wonder if I could use object selection tool. Very nice. That's really good. All right. Shift Control I to select the inverse, then delete. Okay, so we've deleted it. And then we can unlock this and trash this so that we have a transparent background. We don't need the content selection tool anymore. Instead, what we can do is we can create a new layer, drop it down here, and then let's pick a color in the center of this. And we will go ahead, use the paint bucket tool to fill it. And then what we'll do is we will filter Gaussian blur. And it will have to be really large because it's a really large image. So like if you Gaussian blur the pixel art, right? Yeah, we'll say 15. The problem is it smooths out all that pixel art. So I wonder if you could write a shader that does focal length using pixel dithering. Are there any other blur filters that are cool. What does box blur do? I don't think that helps any. Let's go. Oh, I thought there was a surface blur, smart blur, shape blur. I have never used shape blur before. What does shape blur do? I didn't know this was a thing. We can shape blur based on sailboats, chat. Nah, I was just curious. Because once you blur it, it loses its pixel artiness. But I wonder if there's a way to write something that will do a dithered blur. Like, God, it wouldn't go to that, like this background. Let me see. Pixel art dither blur. Okay, it's just showing off dithering. That doesn't help me. How to dither an image in Photoshop. Yeah, you would need indexed colors. So it may be possible to actually do it from the art aspect. Hang on. So go away. I am not happy with. Hang on, dude. So if we paste this image in, right? We got this image. We use contact select, right? Shift Control I, delete, just so that we get rid of that. Or we can actually keep the white background. That's fine. Deselect everything. Then what we have is how many colors? 1, 2, 3. We basically have 3 colors plus the background. That's 4 colors. So what you would need to do is image indexed color. Sure. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. 5. 5 is enough. Okay. Right. So then what we would do first then is we would go filter, blur, Gaussian blur, 15. Oh, wrong layer. Hang on. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur, 15. Okay. Then image mode, indexed color, merge layers, 5. The problem is the image is too big. Okay. Control Z. So then I need to reduce the size of this image technically. So these are individual, go away, individual pixels, but I have no idea how to quickly do that. Image size. Look at that, 26 inches. Pixels. We could cut it by 10%. We'll do a percent and we'll set this to 10%. Needs to be a power of 2 of the original so that it maintains. That's at 100%. That might actually work, right? So if we zoom in on this, yes, this might actually work. So zoom in. So this would be like pixel art for a game, right? We would filter, Gaussian blur. Oh, wait, 15 is going to be way too big. It would now need to be 1.5 to have the same effect. So 1.5. Right, so now we have a Gaussian blur, right? But then what we would do is we would go image mode, indexed color, okay. 5. And it dithers. It does the dithering. Okay, let's say 6. Let's add a couple more layers. Let's say 8. Yes. So you can kind of fakely approximate dithering, right? The problem is you lose transparency because it merges. So actually what we need to do, hang on, is we need to delete that layer completely. Okay. So that we have our semi-transparency. Then when we image mode indexed color, like, oh, but it won't do pattern. I prefer that. Yes, with transparency. Oh, if we set it to none, it's that. We set it to black and white, it's that. We set it to primaries. That's cool. Web. Okay, this is pretty cool. I think primaries is the best. And then we set this to like 8. It has to be 9. Okay. Oh, not primaries. Web rather. Sorry. Web 8. Okay. It has to be a minimum of 217. So black and white is the best we can do. Well, 256 is your traditional. Let's just cut that in half and say like 128. Too many still. Cut that in half. That's what? 64? Nope. 64. Okay. 32. Getting closer. 16. 16 is starting to hit the sweet spot, and then 8. Ooh, what if we split the difference? 12. Oh, the problem is you lose transparency. Diffusion, noise, pattern. We can add a matte. We can add a gray. Add a foreground color, a background color. Huh. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can write batch scripts for Photoshop. One thing I want to get into is the new GIMP. GIMP 3 is officially released. I want to see how good it is. If the new GIMP is good enough, I'm going to drop Photoshop because I can find an alternative to Premiere. But the new GIMP had better be really, really, really good. But what I'm trying to do is I was talking about how in 2D platformer games, right, you have like, I feel like it works the best when you have a very near foreground, right? Even as many as 2 layers of extreme foreground, right? The middle layer where the player is, right? And then at least 2 background layers plus a sky layer. And by doing that, right, if you parallax it correctly, which that's a problem with Godot, is you have to actually manually set the parallax. Whereas if you billboard it using a 3D scene, it will just behave natural. Now, because it behaves natural, you don't have to worry about parallax. It does it its own based on where it is along the z-axis. The problem is you can't automate it now. So for instance, even though you have to manually do it in 2D in Godot, that also means that you can make it do really, really crazy stuff. So you can make the background parallax in the opposite direction of where you're walking, for instance, for a neat little creative effect if you wanted to. But whenever you have these multiple layers, like let's say you have 1 extreme foreground, 1 middle ground, 1 background, 1 sky layer. That's it, 4 layers. In order to keep the focus on the middle ground, you want the middle ground to be sharp. So I was thinking about camera focal length, right, on pixel art in a 2D game would result in a Gaussian blur-like effect on objects very near to the camera or the viewport and very far away. The problem is that blur introduces colors, right? So the classic pixel art is generally an indexed color range, sort of based on old GIFs, which are 256 colors, and that naturally resulted in dithering. So my question was, if you take a cloud, for instance, that's made of 4 colors, you Gaussian blur it, it results in hundreds, if not thousands of colors because it's anti-aliasing everything in that blur, right? So the way that you get rid of that is you index the color, but what if you could write a shader that is a dither blur, a patterned dither blur shader? Then you could reuse, so like let's say you have a cloud in the background, you could change the z-index of that cloud to make it foreground, right? increase its scale, and then apply that dither blur to it to give you a focal length effect, as though you're looking at your pixel world through an actual camera, but it would still conform to the rules of the reality of that game, instead of introducing a whole bunch of extra colors. And you see what I'm saying? I'm not even sure if it would look that good. Honestly, like it probably would look worse than just having a regular focal length, but I don't know. It just occurred to me that that'd be cool. So you shared us stickers? Try this quickly. What is this? We got stickers ready for the meetup. Well, if you look at the Obra Dinn uses it all over the place, right? Obra Dinn uses dithering all over the place to create soft edges. It uses it all over the place. So, yes, whatever it is that you choose would need to serve the game that you're making, but I think depending on the art style, having dithered blur to create a focal length effect could work. I think it could work. It just depends on the art style of the game. If you were doing something like Celeste, I don't know that it would be a good idea. I think that with Celeste, you could either have totally crisp, totally sharp foreground and background elements, or you could just use a general Gaussian blur shader, just a regular blur shader will be fine. Because while Celeste is a pixel art game, it also is geared toward a modern audience. It's not like we're trying to run it on an NES or anything, right? So it depends on how true to the OG games you really want to be in that case. And I think it'd be important, regardless of which method you choose, that it serves the game and that it's not too intensive on their CPU, GPU, especially if it's like a 2D platforming game, because one of the benefits of that style of game is it will run on fucking everything. You can run it on an electronic pregnancy test if you want to. Like, it just works, you know. So we can create a sticker? Really? Hang on. Hang on, chat. I hope this hard drive works. I've been having trouble with this hard drive lately. Wrong one. Wrong hard drive. This hard drive? Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna go grab an image. I'm gonna go grab an image, but I did not remember where I put the image. So instead of showing you guys every folder on all of my hard drives, I figured I would just go ahead and do that privately. And then once I found the image, hang on. Yeah, die cut is fine. It would cost me $72 for this sticker. We can reduce the border like a lot though. Save me a buck. It does not need to be this big either. I'm thinking 3 inches by, yeah, 3 inches tall, maybe 4. 14 bucks. That's more reasonable. 3.3 is the minimum. 10 bucks. Maybe I should sell stickers. You think I should sell stickers? Would you guys buy a sticker if I sold them? Oh, you're a fucking party pooper, man. No, I wouldn't buy a sticker. To be fair, I always found it weird when people buy streamer merch. I think the exception actually is in cases like this where it's like custom art. If somebody came up with really cool custom art, maybe. Right? But like, I'm not going to get a t-shirt with PewDiePie's face on it or Mr. Beast's face on it. There's no shot. There is no streamer on this planet that I like enough to buy their merch. Now, if they have like a character that they had created, sort of like I have. Say they were a really big streamer and they made like Disguised Toast would be a good example. Dude, if there was a sunglass wearing piece of toast plush that you could buy, fuck, I'd consider getting that because that's cool. Just my opinion, right? That's an actual object that's interesting, that's created as a result of art. It's not like a picture of Disguised Toast's face on a pillow or something weird. I think that's a big difference. Crimson's Bunnies would be another good example. Like, I guarantee you she'll be able to get people to buy stickers of her artwork. It depends on what the plush is. I am not going to buy a plush in the shape of Mr. Beast, right? Or PewDiePie, right? But if Crimson made like a bunny plush or... Exactly. Actually, that's a perfect example. That's a perfect example, Morganier. When it's something unique and cool, it's fine. But if it's just like a graven image of a streamer, I could give a fuck less. Personally, I think this would be a cool fucking sticker. You guys can suck it. Oh, I had my heart broken by Stid because I said, hey, if I sold stickers, would you buy them? And he's like, no, sorry, not sorry. And it's like, but this is a cool looking sticker. You really wouldn't get this sticker and put it on something? Doesn't have my name on it or anything. It's just a cool looking bear. I mean, in my opinion, I did draw it, so maybe I'm what's the word? Biased. But I think that would be a cool looking sticker. I would buy this sticker. Maybe not for $10. $10 seems excessive. Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, I would stick it on that guitar that already has stickers all over it. Why not? You know what I mean? Like, it's just... They're teddy bears, dude. Yeah, that's what it says. It says $10. That's the problem. That is the problem. If this were like 75 cents or $1, right? I would consider it. I would consider it. Like, especially if I could, like... Right, exactly. If I could... Oh, this is $10 for 10 stickers. That's $1 a piece. How many is 50? $48. You save no money with that. You only start saving money when you get way up there. It's 30, so it's $1 a sticker until you get to like 500 pieces, and then it's like 50 cents a sticker, and then when you get to 1,000, it's like 30 cents a sticker. Yeah, you get a 65% discount for 1,500 pieces. So maybe I should get 1,500 of these for $495, right? That's 30 cents a piece, and then I sell them for $1 a piece. Just $1. Yeah, it's 3.3 inches by 3 inches. Not a big sticker. Yeah, I do. I need to draw more. Yeah. I have bears that I've started to draw. I just have abandoned a lot of them. Just never finished them. The last bear I did, I went ham on because I just wanted to draw. I didn't think I was actually going to use the design. I think I've shared it with you guys before. It's the comic booky looking one. The Angry Bears this on. Yeah, I'm not going to turn it on to find it. But yeah, it was meant to be multiple teddy bears. That was originally the idea. It was kind of inspired by the original X-Men animated series, where there was going to be like a whole bunch of different characters, an ensemble cast of assassin teddy bears. That was the idea. And the reason why I liked that idea was that I could do like little animated shorts and skits. And if I ever did sell merch, I would obviously never sell my face. I would just sell the individual assassin teddies, like plushes and stickers and shit like that. And I would try to give each of them, like, each of them would be their own individual character with their own individual traits. So in the same way as like when you go to play like Marvel Rivals or Overwatch or Rainbow Six, you have like a character that you like, that you want to play as, that you identify with, right? That you main, right? The idea was that people could main their respective assassin Teddy, whatever Teddy that might be. So there'd be like Femme Fatale Teddies, and there'd be like Rambo Teddies, and obviously the James Bond Teddy. There'd probably be one Teddy that's secretly a robot inspired by like the Terminator and shit like that, right? I just never did it, and I'm not as good at art as I used to be, so it would take a lot longer. Does he do the voice, though, chat? Does he do the voice? Let's see if he does the voice. It also depends on how generic the sticker is.
It's not open to the public until...
Where?
Spring, when the renovations are complete.
Oh, I see what you're saying on that website. I was going to say, if you got regular smiley face sticker, I probably could get thousands of smiley face stickers for nothing. What are you talking about? Crusty beverages are making sense. Oh, yeah, she's not talking about the website. She's talking about a local shop. Yeah. To be fair, there is a... Oh, I can't think of what it's called. They do posters, t-shirts, stickers. They put artwork on things here in my hometown, but they primarily focus on t-shirts. I bet they're super cheap too. I bet you they're super cheap. So, because most of their work, they also do embroidery, if I remember right. Most of their work is for like local schools. They will like embroider shirts for businesses. They will do like baseball jerseys and stuff for local baseball, basketball, football teams. Like that's what they do. They make custom stuff for all of them, but they also do posters, stickers, and signs, if I remember right. I bet you if I were to go talk to them, I could probably get a massive number of stickers super cheap. Because they would just be glad to get business. I didn't even think of that. That's cute. Why is there an owl holding a old keyboard plug-in thing? Also, this art design does not make sense. Who designed this? I mean, maybe it does somehow, but... So, like, he doesn't have a body, right? The keyboard is in front of the body, but under the wing, but behind his head, but wrapped around his head. Do you see what I'm saying? This area feels off. I feel like you should be able to see belly. I feel like like the keyboard on this side should be pulled to the right. The keyboard on the left should be pulled further to the left. Maybe even so that it peeks up over this particular wing right here and you see the body. What is it? It looks odd. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be constructively... It looks off. What it does is it feels like this is the owl and this is some other owl's legs. It looks like two different objects. They don't look attached. Do you see what I'm saying? It looks off. I thought this was going to be eyeless for a second. It's not bad. Like the actual art itself, the line work and stuff is fine. But something about that, doesn't click. All right, for those that are like, I thought this was eyeless. Hang on. My favorite Slipknot song. Wait for it, wait for it. Yeah! Oh, to kill. Say it to it, but never. California without all I am my father's son because he's the phantom of mystery and that leaves me nothing. It's too late for me. I fuck with that song pretty hard. That's probably my favorite my favorite Slipknot song. It probably actually is. I fuck with everything in it. What do you mean? Oh, they're so well known now. They were literally a mystery in the beginning. That was part of like the appeal. You didn't know who they were. They were all given numbers. And when I was a kid, like in the 6th grade, we used to talk about them that way. Like literally, like number 3 does this and number 9 is that. And like it was like a puzzle or like an augmented reality game to figure out. But years later, everybody knows who everybody is. You've got like Jim Root and Joey Jordison and Corey Taylor, and you know what I mean? So it's way different now, which rip to Joey Jordison, one of the greatest drummers of all time. But that song is fucking fire because it has good sample work, right? It has 2 good guitar setups in it, like 2 competing guitar riffs that work really, really well, but they're very nice and simple, just good tone. The drums are batshit crazy insane through the whole thing, and it's one of the most extreme songs that Corey Taylor sings. It's right up there with like People Equal Shit and a bunch of stuff off of Iowa. It's really, 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 really just a shit ton of false chord. It's the type of shit that will blow your voice out in a second, and I fuck with it. I respect it. Yeah, it's my favorite song. I think off of this album. Maybe I think it is my favorite song by them, period. Because, like, this is cool. I like a good Amon beat. Amen beat, not Amon. Amon Tobin came to mind for a minute there. But it's like, we have an ambient swell, like a pad. We change the pitch of it, and we just put the Amen break on repeat in the background. We'll release it as SR20DET. It'll get 500,000 views in a year. It's like, what? It's not that it's bad. It's just, there's not a lot to be impressed with. It's not bad. Just, there's nothing to be impressed with here. It's an Amen sample with, I guess there's an 808 in the do. So there's an 808. My bad. They have an 808 going with the pad. That's what we've come here to listen to. Yeah, it's like I said, it's genuinely not bad. It's just there's nothing spectacular, right? There's nothing that stands out to you that you say, holy shit, how did they do that? There's nothing wrong with that though. Not every song needs to be that. Not every song needs to be technically difficult. Idiomatic, I think, is the word. Not every song it's okay for songs to be idiomatic. I heard a classical guitarist refer to it that way. He was talking about guitar, and what he was saying was that they weren't doing any key changes, and they were simply playing a key that was the tuning of the guitar they were playing. And then he like caveated himself. He said, but there's nothing wrong with idiomatic playing. And I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna remember that. Because I've definitely changed tunings on guitars specifically because of certain keys you could play because of that particular tuning. It definitely feels like old jungle. I could 100% see myself, not this. I could see myself like playing a game and listening to this, you know? Did you see the legs? That's cute. Nice. Oh! Why didn't you jump? That one was on you, bro. You didn't jump. Why is he tapping that? Why doesn't he just jump like a normal person? I don't know. Apparently it's really hard to jump in it though. He's gonna fall, he's gonna fall. Oh, this is where he falls. He is not making this, chat. Told you. I knew there wasn't anything interesting in this clip, really, other than him falling. I'm like, well, then he has to fall because it's the only thing that would make it work. But why is he tapping like crazy? What is the game? Yes. Oh, dude. Yes, I am alive. Why have I not been posting? I don't have anything to post. Plus, school is eating my ass. So, did he change his name? Can't blame him. When you only got 4 hours to game, anything could get... Yeah, that's true, dude. Yo, is this a weird core skating game? Because that's a vibe. Like, I would be interested in that. No shit. That's a cool idea. I would have never even thought of it. The problem is, if it's this exact art style through the whole thing, that might be a bit too much. That would... Let's hope there's more variety in art style than just madness. So far, good. If this is the actual soundtrack, it's fire, too. Dude. The preview at the beginning made it look like the art style was going to be uninteresting. As far as a weird core game, I actually really fuck with this art style. Because there's like good use of motion blur and stuff. And I know a lot of people don't like motion blur. But I find I really enjoy motion blur in skating games. I really fuck with it in skating games as long as it doesn't ruin your tricks. Because it really gives you a feel for how fast you're going, how high you might be able to hit a vert, or whether or not you'll be able to pull off a trick just because of how much speed you have going into a ramp or whatever. Yeah, that was the last time that Microsoft fucked Sony, by the way. I mean, what's really going to get you is my favorite is by far the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which is way before you were born. That was like 96. Yeah, this is going on my wish list, dude. I'm wish listing this. This is from Devolver Digital. That makes sense. I have the remake. It's good, yeah. There was only one that I didn't like, one map, and it was a competition that they added into the remake that wasn't in the original. And the reason why I didn't like it, and I don't know why they did this, it was a small thing, but they point your character at a wall right at the beginning of the competition. So you're not pointed at a rail, you're not pointed at a ramp, you're pointed at like a wall or a column. And it just made the beginning of that competition jank every single time. And with competitions, you have to play them multiple times and you get, you know, rated or judged for each round. And it made it really hard to do anything at the start of the round. Like the only thing you could do was there was like a wall ride There was something else. You could like pop off of the wall to do a thing, but it was really annoying. It was the only map in the remakes I didn't like. I think I'm going to go back. Dude, I have no idea. I never even thought about adding them up. I've definitely had multi-million combos before. Absolutely. I think the mall. I may have beaten you on the mall. Do you know the downhill mall? If you're good at the downhill mall, you can easily get millions and millions of points. You just don't wreck. Yeah, it's probably my favorite map. That downhill mall is so good because you have vert ramps, you have rails everywhere, wall rides everywhere. You can, shit, what's it called where you're only on 2 trucks? You can do a nose version and a tail version. I can't remember what the fuck that's called now. But basically, if you end up in a situation where you don't have a rail, then you just press up before you touch the ground and you ride on your front trucks into an ollie trick onto a rail. And because it's all downhill, you gain speed. And so you do a series of tricks on the rail and then like ollie trick off into, what is it called? Where you ride on a single set of trucks, either forward or back. It's so good. Yeah, you do. Yep. I always wall ride out of the beginning too, and it is huge. It's like, I don't know, like a 25-meter drop or something, down into that original set. Yeah, that is a great game. The thing about that game that people don't think about, it was the guy who did Blood Thief that made me think of this, is that it was capturing speedrunners before speedrunning is really a thing. It was capturing what it felt like to be a speed, because that's really kind of what Tony's Hawk Pro Skater was. There was also a downhill ramp one in 2, I think it was, that was really good. But it's, you want to get through the map quickly, smoothly, without fucking up, and with as much style as possible. And I fuck with that. There was, the 900 is good, but there is one that is even better because it you were more likely to land. Was it like a McFlip or something like that? I can't remember. It's been forever since I played it. But there was a particular flip trick that you could do one of 2 ways. It's not. No, it was a signature move. No, it was a signature move. I don't remember what it was called. I might download it and see if my character is still there, and then I can tell you. But no, it's a flip trick that you do. I also really like Christ Air, but that flip trick is great because it's easier to land from a flip than it is from like a 360, because you have to line up the 360 so that the trucks are pointed the correct way. And it's real easy to get a whole bunch of points, but misjudge how many times you can spin, especially if you combo it with the 900. And you end up in a situation where you can fuck up. Like you hit the ground instead of actually pulling off the trick. But that flip trick was just a little bit easier because you could combo it with other things, but it was less janky on the landing. And I can't remember what the fuck it was called. I liked it because it was just guaranteed points every single time you hit a vert ramp. I got it on sale. I got this on sale. How much is it going for new? Yeah, I did not pay $40. I got the fancy one too. I did not pay this, dude. I did not pay $50 for this. There's no way. That's cool. I'm gonna have to go back and finish Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. I didn't finish this. I think I finished most of the, if not all of the first game, but not the second. My least favorite map, though, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, is that the college campus or whatever. That's like my least favorite one. 100 for 40. Oh, that's euros, isn't it? That's not cents. That looks like a cent thing. Are you buying these? Are you actually getting these? Is it? Does he sing this? I'm probably not going to be able to find it. Somebody did that. This is To Pimp a Butterfly. Yeah, it's the whole album. Damn, dude.
Your influence. In my style, your salmonella poison pass.
Okay, this is unnecessarily good. That's amazing. What I was gonna say is somebody did a cover of the entire The Fragile album using samples. They did the whole thing with samples, no synths, no guitars, nothing. They just sampled everything. They did the entire album, and it was fire.
The upcoming film RoboCop Returns marks a
They're gonna make another RoboCop.
significant moment in the legacy of the iconic 1987 film RoboCop, directed by Abe Forsyth. This movie is poised to serve as a direct sequel to the original, disregarding the sequels and the 2014 remake. This
Good.
decision to return to the roots of the franchise has generated considerable excitement among fans and critics alike. The journey towards RoboCop Returns has been anything but straightforward. Initially, Neil Blomkamp was attached to direct.
Oh no, he's not now though. Well, I'm not gonna listen to the entire To Pimp a Butterfly, but it's just my voice all hour and 18 minutes on stream. Are you on crack? But the fact that Neil Blomkamp is not going to be directing this is kind of a bummer. Do you guys know who Neil Blomkamp is? Okay, calm the fuck down, Stemke. Do you know who that is? He did he did District 9. He's the one who did District 9. He's fucking amazing. He's one of my favorite. This guy is one of my favorite directors of all time. Fucking amazing. He is an amazing dude. I watched an interview with him and I'm like, holy fuck, I vibe with this guy a lot. And he is working on a written story right now with the help of a scientist, if I remember right.
Edward Neumeier and Michael Miner, which had remained dormant for decades. This script reportedly contained innovative ideas that blended horror with cybernetic themes, including body augmentation and unique villains. However, Blomkamp exited the project in 2019 due to scheduling conflicts, leading to Forsyth stepping in as director.
Damn, that's a bummer. I'm not as excited about it. If I knew that Neil Blomkamp was doing a fucking RoboCop movie to pay homage to the original RoboCops, I'd actually watch it because the OG was great. The original RoboCop movie was fucking fantastic. So gory, dude. Like the toxic waste scene. Oh, I can't show it. I cannot show you the death. Look up toxic waste death RoboCop. Let me see if it shows up in the results. Yeah. Yeah, this, oh my god. You could watch the one under it too. It's one of the most gruesome deaths on film ever. It is so fucked. It is so incredibly fucked. Did you watch it? Yeah. Yeah, you saw it. You saw it. There's a reason why I didn't play it on stream. Here, hang on. All right, we got to listen to the entirety of this first song or he'll get mad at me. We got to listen to the whole thing from beginning to end. He said that he knows where I live. He's coming for me, bro. I will say something. No hate. And there are like beatboxers that are really, really insane at this. But there are a lot of things that rhythmically you can do with your voice that are incredibly difficult to do with an instrument or even in like a playlist. Like if you're cutting and chopping samples. I don't know why it is. Like there is a song by Castle Rat that is so easy to play. It is so incredibly easy to play. But if you were ever try to like sit down and write out the music for it, you'd be like, what is this fucking time signature? And then if you were to actually mime it with your mouth, you'd have no trouble. You feel the flow of it perfectly. It's so simple, right? But as soon as you actually try to write it out, you're like, what the fuck is this? This is so complicated. Why is this unnecessarily complicated? I don't understand. It didn't seem complicated. And so, like, no hate to this guy, but if you're recreating a complex rhythm with a series of samples of your voice, that's probably the easiest way to do it. That is probably the easiest way to do it. Not that it's not impressive, just saying. Like, go mime Van Halen's Eruption with your mouth. You definitely could. At least close.
You'll slip through the cracks, hoping that you'll survive. Gather your way, take a deep look inside. Are you really who they idolize? To pimp a butterfly.
It is. Dude, it's unnecessary. It goes unnecessarily hard. Stampkey, what the fuck? the 808. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's so funny, dude. There's also the high sense that pom 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 pom.
Late nights thinking of you until I get my nut tossing time.
He's literally just going boots, kits, boots, kits, boots, kits, boots. Are you okay? When you say blast ass, you make it sound like you're sick. All right, hang on. We're going to listen to a little bit more of Boys Will Be Bugs by Cave Town. You have such a girl taste in music. I'm calling you out right now. That's what I thought you meant. That's why I said, are you okay? I fuck with both of them. I fuck with both the avatars. I'm gonna be real. They're both good. I've watched less of this than this, but I also haven't seen the second of this. I do find it weird that there is like this conservative fantasy of the humans being the good guy in Avatar that is so crazy. No hate to Cave Town. It's just, it's so upbeat and poppy. I don't know why, but I have a distaste for upbeat poppy music. It has been a thing for most of my life. Like, I try to give it a chance, but when I think of like pop music that I like, it's always the stuff that is pop in timbre, but not pop as in popularity. Like Sev Deliza is fucking great. Your music is not bad. Oh my god, how many times do I have to keep saying this? We just have different tastes. There's a big difference. We have different tastes. That's true too. It's also because I'm old as shit. That is also unfortunately true. But you have to understand, I promise you. Like, I try really hard not to talk shit about music. I know Jordy Griep, I gave a lot of grief about his voice, but it's good. He was talking about a different song, but so when you get into like the top 40 hit style music, you do find that you're using like the same 4 chords all the time and the same like clap track. And that also happened to country music, unfortunately. Country music started to do the same thing, and country music, at least the popular stuff, isn't country music anymore. I don't even know if I'd call that white girl music. That's not full on Lady Gaga. I fuck with Celeste though. I love Celeste's music. She's one of my favorite pop stars. One of my favorite pop singers. I love her music. It's not even a guilty pleasure. I just like Celeste, FKA Twigs. But it also does have that like early 2000s R&B vibe that I like. I like that because that's what I grew up with. It also, yeah, dude. When I think of pop music, I really like the two people I think of are FKA Twigs and Celeste. The problem is everyone knows FKA Twigs. And despite the numbers on these videos, when I mention Celeste, almost no one knows who she is, which it's like 39 million views. You don't know who the fuck she is? What the fuck? Never heard of it. But this is kind of like alt pop, I guess. Oh, I have not heard it. I haven't listened to FK Twigs in a minute. I'm not gonna lie. But no, shit. I used to listen to this. I think it was this album. I remember she released a full album on the internet, and that same day I did a bunch of paperwork. This album, yeah, I saw it. This album's great, man. This is a great pop album. I will never feel guilty about it. Oh. Why are they using Undertale? What? Okay. See, okay, here's the thing, Froggy. Stemkey is cheating. You're cheating, bro. You're cheating. Oh, I'm sorry. You're trying to go to bed. Hang on. I forgot. But he's cheating because he's picking music that's very reminiscent of the shit that I grew up with. Yeah, this output. My bad. Oh, there's also this. Chat. Let me tell you a story. One time I took one for the team. You fucker. That I almost played that whole thing
What's
again.
Up, gamers? It's Cigarette Smoker 500 here. Today we will be playing Fortnite.
Oh, Chad, who was here last night when I was like, oh my God, I hope it still works, because I was trying to run your server to make something, and I don't remember what I was trying to make now, but it was so funny, and I was so disappointed that I couldn't get it to work. Undertale is great, though. Undertale is amazing. But what I was saying is that Stemkey cheats because I think his dad influenced his music taste a lot. So he plays a lot of boomer shit that I enjoy, which is unfortunate. But I'll do you a deal, Froggy. Put together a list. Put together a playlist on Spotify for AssassinTeddies. And let me know. And I probably won't go through the whole catalog on stream, but I will listen to every single thing that you put in that playlist within reason from beginning to end. And see if we can find something that we're both like, yeah, we fuck with this one particular song. I bet we could find something. 9 Inch Nails is cheating. No 9 Inch Nails. To be fair, I listen to your playlist all the time. I just don't use Spotify a lot. If Spotify was my regular go-to, I probably would play your playlist like every day. Because there's it's unnecessarily good. It makes no sense that it's as good as it is. I mean, what I will say is it's easier to find things I don't like. I am not a big fan of a lot of modern pop music, and that includes a lot of like attempts at internet fame via TikTok. So there's like a lot of songs that pop off in like Instagram Reels and TikTok that is really just trying to appeal to the masses, and they have like these cliche click tracks and kind of cliche chord progressions that you hear all the time. But I couldn't tell you like, hey, I don't know if I like this, because I won't know until I hear it. And I'll say that you've not shared anything that I hate, for the record. I haven't listened to anything that I'm like, man, I just fucking can't stand this. It's just kind of mid-tier most of the time. Like this. There's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, I'm 37. I'm old, yeah. I will say, though, I will say this. You somehow managed to find popular music that I don't know about. That's saying something. See, like this, it's really hard for me to emotionally resonate with those lyrics. Not that there's anything wrong with them, but talking about lying to your parents and how they argue all the time. I'm 37. My parents divorced when I was 3. I don't think I have ever heard, and I mean this, ever heard my parents argue, ever. So, like, it's not that there's even anything wrong with the music. It's just hard for me to, God, dude, you do need internet validation a lot. It's hard to find common ground. This isn't Stemkey. This is Captain. Yeah, we're gonna ignore Stemkey and watch this instead. What is this?
Welcome to Xenon 2.
What is this? No shot. I bet this is fire. Is it this? I did listen to most of that. This cheats a little bit because it's using real samples. Or it did for a hot minute. Damn. Bro, this is fire. What the fuck? This is so early 90s, late 80s hip hop, bro. What the fuck? My mind is blown right now. Yeah, my mom and dad divorced when I'm not gonna get too deep into it. They separated when I was 3. I'm not gonna get super deep into the whys, the hows, the circumstances surrounding it. But my mom was mostly single after that. She dated a couple guys. There were even some guys that were like good dudes, and some guys that were shitty dudes. I don't think that there was ever one that my mom should have stayed with, though. I think she made the right decision in just about every case. There are definitely some mistakes she made, but for the most part, she was right to leave him. I guess I have to even say that about my own dad. My dad, however, fucked up. My dad fucked up because he went with his ex-wife and remarried her, and she was just a horrible human being. I also, like, I know you guys don't care. When it comes to music, a thing I have noticed, and I think I've said this before, is that women are taking over the music space, and I fuck with it. I don't know why. When I was like, okay, so in the 90s and early 2000s, I can think of Otep Shemaya in the new metal scene, Kitty, which is a metal band that didn't last very long, and then Gwen Stefani of No Doubt. Talking about like in the alt-rock space, not pop singers, because we had our Britney Spears, Whitney Houstons, and stuff like that, right? That's not what I mean. What I am seeing is women taking over the frontman space, ironically enough, in metal bands. Yeah, that's fine. And I don't know why, but they definitely are. They're taking over. Like, say what you will about Poppy, immensely popular, especially after she worked with Bad Omens on Violence is Nature. Lauren something, I can't remember her last name, lead singer of Spirit Box, absolutely popping off in the metal scene. And then when you get into the more like alt rock or art rock, Chelsea Wolfe, very popular. Then you get into like alt pop and folk music, you have Ethel Cain, right? The totally avant-garde, you've got like Lingua Ignota. And that list just keeps going and going and going and going and going and going. Lead singer of, God, they did Celestial Blues, King Woman. Even in the stoner doom space, you have Acid King, female vocalist. No, I it's just this. I've never played Deltarune. What is Deltarune? I've never played this. Is it made by the Undertale people? But yeah, I love Ethel Cain. Absolutely brilliant. It is. Oh, this is good too. This reminds me of the intro to Streets of Rage. Yeah, I don't know why I like Ethel Cain so much, because she's sad, I guess. Amber Star or Deltarune? Yeah, man, I don't know why Ethel Cain is so fucking sad. I don't know Jane Remover, though. Yeah, I have no idea who this is, dude. At all. Yeah, she's very depressing. The thing that I like about Ethel Cain is there's a... she taps into an aspect of Americana that I was raised in. The world that Ethel Cain, the character, resides in is a world that I grew up with. I mean that literally. It's almost trailer trashy, American Gothic-y, right? But the meaning of the songs are generally spoken from a female perspective. And so you'll have like A Home in Nebraska, which is the tale of lost love, but from the perspective of the woman. And it's just so gut-wrenching. And as a guy, seeing it from that inverted perspective is just interesting. Because it's like a universal emotion, but with very feminine energy. The only problem with this is real repetitive. It is fire, though. Smoking a joint to this one. Oh no! What did he say? Am I gonna have to talk about whatever it is? Oh, might actually be a good thing. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for that. The Department of Education, at least the way that it's been managed so far, has been awful.
Education, very simply, back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely.
Oh man, it does create a lot of problems though, because you're going to get huge differences in curriculum from state to state. So like the guy who was raised and educated in Georgia is going to get a completely different education than someone who is like raised and educated in Oregon. And then if they both apply like for a college in California, the guy from Oregon is more likely to get in, I think.
It's going to work. And I can tell.
So the United States, almost everything was decentralized. There's a reason why we're the United States. of America, not just America. The states had power over a ton of stuff. Yeah, have a good night, man. Take care. I will. I'll jump off in a little bit and go rest. Yeah, I'll bug you. I'll bug you about the voice thing if I remember what it was I was trying to make. But yeah, generally the states had control over everything for a very long time. They almost operated like independent countries, just with the oversight of the federal government. But power has been removed from the states and given to federal government. And broadly speaking, that's bad. And the reason why it's bad is because now you're limited in representation for your specific state. So if you have something specific to your state that needs to get rectified, especially if it's at ends or at odds with something the federal government wants, it causes a clash between local, state, and federal governments. A good example of this is marijuana dispensaries. Federally illegal, right? But a particular state might have it actually be legal. And technically federal trumps state. So if a federal agency wanted to come in, shut it all down, and arrest everybody, they could. It gets to be real weird. So I do generally agree with states, a lot of power returning to the states. But there are some things where I don't know if it'll work. And I don't know that the Department of Education is one of them. What that's going to mean is you're going to have states with really good educations and states with really bad educations, which I guess is not all that different than it is now. And the Department of Education has been really bad for the United States. It's fucked a lot of people. Our statistics as far as like literacy and competence have progressively gone down every year since we set up the Department of Education. But I don't know if dismantling it day one is going to help anything. I do know someone I can talk to about this, though. I'd have to talk to my ex's mother because she's a social studies teacher. And I'd like to ask her what her thoughts on it are. And I guarantee you she has a very informed, nuanced opinion about it. And she could tell me how bad or good
Tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly.
Literally what I just said. The problem with the states, when the states have control, is that richer states had good schools and poor states had shitty schools. Here's the thing, though. The problem is that if you look at rich states right now, a lot of them have shitty schools. A lot of the schools in like inner cities in New York and LA are shitty right now, but they're technically really wealthy. And then a lot of schools in rural areas are actually quite good, but they're technically poor. So what it's going to do is it's going to flip the coin. I think we're going to end up in a situation that sort of breaks even. It just changes who gets a shitty education and who doesn't. Will it actually affect special needs, though? I don't know. I need to ask Denise this. She's going to know. Denise is going to know if this is good or bad. Oh my God, classic thrash. Ooh, groove metal riff there. Just a playlist. I think you're overthinking it, is what you're thinking. You're overthinking it. So, give me a second. Let me hear this out. I want to know what's after this, like, little section. Oh my God, dude. Okay, so I know a lot of people don't like Cookie Monster vocals, but immediately what comes to mind is Death Clock, because I've never listened to Disincarnate before. Never listened to them before. But it's almost like Death Clock just straight up ripped off this band. Dude, I love screaming vocals. I like clean vocals too, but I love, because screaming is way harder than people think it is. It's interesting too, because there are diehard metalheads that do not like clean vocals at all. And then there's like a huge population that obviously hates metal vocals. And then you have people like me that are like, I can do either. I'm good with both. That said, as far as screaming vocals go, he's not that impressive. Well, I think that is about the worst suggestion you could make, Stemke, because what you're saying is, I like only this one kind of vocal. So every time you use this vocal, I need you to model it off of this one guy, because we have a record number of music being published to the internet every single day, and I want as much of it to sound exactly the same as possible. That's what you're saying. Like, I really love Tool and I love Nine Inch Nails, but I do not want everything to sound like those bands. That's awful. That is just a shit take. I'm sorry. It is. It's just a shit take. Because who gets to be the arbiter of who decides the vocals? Imagine if the person who decides, it doesn't matter. I don't want every band to sound like Tool. I don't want every band to sound like Nine Inch Nails. I do not want that at all. I don't want all the bands to sound exactly the same. I don't care. They could be the most wondrous vocalist in the world. I still don't want every band to sound like that. It's more than that. What you're saying is that every metal band should have the vocals like MC Ride, right? But then there would be no versatility in the metal scene. Now Serj Tankian is going to sound like MC Ride. Right? Now Ozzy Osbourne's going to sound like MC Ride. That's a shit take. Sorry, but it is. Yeah, exactly. Just go listen to more Death Grips. I'm sorry, but I definitely disagree with you on that. Yeah. Because who gets to be the arbiter of what voice is chosen? What if the roles were reversed? What if I said, man, Death Grip sucks. Why can't he sound more like Michael Akerfeld from Opeth? Why can't all like aggressive hip hop artists just sound like him? Then you'd ruin Death Grips. There would be no Death Grips. So, just saying. But it is interesting because you never broke through that. When I was young, I hated screaming vocals too. And then one day it just clicked and I never looked back. I am a huge fan of it now. And I definitely hear the variety in it too. There is a lot of variety. There are gutturals and fry screams and false chord. And then there are pitches to all of them with the exception of gutturals. I don't think there are high-pitched gutturals. But like really, really high-pitched fry screams you might hear in something like Iron Maiden, right? And then regular fry is just about the entire metal scene that came out of nu metal. And then you had a lot of false chord and like metalcore and stuff. I think saying high fry for Iron Maiden is not entirely accurate, but they definitely have those high-pitched falsetto lead vocals, which I fuck with. They're really cool. Who does really good high fry screams? I don't know. When it comes to gutturals, though, I think of the vocalist for like Slaughter to Prevail or Lorna Shore, bands like that. Wait, it says Elon Musk status. Bro has got to get off the internet. He needs to get off that was at 4:43 a.m. What? The sun is coming through the window. He's got oh my God, whatever. But no. Oh shit. Froggy, just pick a mix of songs. Keep it a fairly short playlist. Don't give me like 30 songs because I will off stream listen to them and try to work through them, see what we can find in common. And I will genuinely try to listen to them all the way through. I actually like that name, FB Aesthetics. You mean like an image to go on the cover? Hang on. I have no idea. Hang on. I could shoot you an image in Discord if that's what you mean. That's what you mean by cover. I actually not entirely sure what that means. Hang on. Oh no, I don't see Froggy Chair. Where have you gone? There's Gonk. After this message. Are we not friends anymore? You unfriended me. This bitch. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Is Froggy in here? No, you did. You left. No picture for you. I'm heartbroken. Did you just have a different name on there? Oh, it's terrible. I have an image. I just don't know how to get it to you. I'd give you this. This is my profile image. So you were never in here? I swear you messaged me pictures of, what was it, cats? You sent me pictures of cats. You definitely did. Just dox everybody. Oh, why do you have all this? Why do you have all this? Is your real name? Wait. Make sure I have the right image. I don't want to accidentally send you like something inappropriate that's in my clipboard that shouldn't be. Isley? Is that your name, Isley? I guarantee you I'm pronouncing that wrong. Nice to meet you. My name is Adam. Not Theodore, contrary to popular belief. That's my middle name. Adam Theodore. That unfortunately works. Why does that work? That shouldn't work, but it does. Oh. You don't tell me your name. Not unless, if you're an adult, you can. That's your own. But if you're like late high school or whatever, don't do that. Don't need to know. I don't know Stemkey's name, so. Last thing I need is, you know what I mean? Some crazy thing happens, and they're like, we got to investigate their Discord, and then they see this fucking weird, almost 40-year-old streamers DMing kids. No. You didn't send me your name. There's no shot. Oh. Damn it. Yeah, you did. It is too late. Fuck. Well, it's only one name. It's fine. Just don't give me your full name. That makes sense. That, of course, makes sense. She said something about school one time, and I was like, oh no, are you like Stemkey's age? She's like, no, I'm older. So I think she's late teens. I'm going to guess like 17. 17 to 19 is my guess. Just a guess. But yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff. I don't want to get in trouble for DMs. Bust open Karma. You know what? Let's see if we can get through like a puzzle on Faraday, and then I'm gonna wrap up because I've been on for 4 hours. Let's just do like a puzzle before we get done today. I'll take off a little early. Some scribble? No, I don't feel like that right now. I feel like if I get in here and a puzzle's too difficult, I can bail on it. I can just be like, fuck it. I'll do it tomorrow. Man, I really, 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 really hope I feel better tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. We completed Ziggurat 1, and it is hella dark. But there's a lit button, which doesn't unlock that, but it lights that up. So I think we're going clockwise. Yeah, it turned off. Okay. Great. We got buttons. We can only push one. What? Wait, what is that? Oh. 3, 4. Now it's back at the beginning. What is this, Link? This almost looks photoshopped, but it's not. Is that his System 76? Yeah, 14 songs is fine. About an album, that sounds about right. Okay. I'm confused. I'm guessing that it's just crazy how big the population and stuff is. Okay, but what's the puzzle I'm trying to complete? Where can I find an example of the order to put these in? I'm assuming I'm opening that by going in a circle. But there's no answer anywhere. It's not up there. I need to... I know I keep saying this, but I actually do need to sit down for like an hour a day and draw. And get myself back decent enough that I can make assets for a game. LSD Jam. You know what I want to do? I'm going to be honest. I don't condone drug use. I don't. Well, unless it's you need it. Like if it's something you need. And I don't mean to solve an addiction. I mean, like, if you're like Captain and you're taking an amphetamine to help you with your ADHD, that's one thing. But have you guys heard of the DMT laser experiment? Yeah, that's actually cool. We used to do that all the time when we were young. We also used to do it with music videos and a VHS player, but I want to do the DMT laser experiment because it makes no sense. It makes... Yeah, I think I have, but it makes no sense, dude. Dude, if it's... That's why I want to do the experiment. I want to see if it's true. If it's true, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. If it is true, it makes no... Now, I've heard a lot of things from people who've tripped on DMT. The problem is I would be afraid to try and get any because everything is laced nowadays. Like, if I thought I could get pure, I probably would just say, fuck it, go out, buy me a couple lasers, and just do it, just to see if it's real. Bring someone along I trust in case something goes bad. But if it's not a hoax... And what's weird is that... So, if you put a laser on a wall... You like make a big X out of a laser, a big fat band laser, right? I've done salvia before. But no, you need to hear me out. Stop making like comments or like bear with me because this is interesting. This is not like, oh, I saw pretty colors. What they did was they put a big cross on the wall with a laser beam, right? And then what they did was they dosed someone with DMT, and then they have them be perpendicular to the laser beam. So it's pointing at the wall, right? So picture my phone is the wall, right? They line it up so it's hitting the wall, and you line up your eye just like this. So you see perpendicular to the direction of the laser. And you watch it, and supposedly what happens is at first you see geometrical shapes. Very, very common on DMT. You see a bunch of geometric shapes, right? You watch it long enough, characters start to form. And there are like these rows and rows of 3D symbols that you can see in the laser light. And a lot of people are commenting like, oh, you should write down what they are. Well, there have been cases of people attempting to write these down. And apparently, if you have two people tripping on DMT, they see the same characters. So they see the same thing. It's like an objective thing that's there. And people are saying that they're like seeing the Matrix or whatever. But it's one of those things where it's like, I will believe it when I see it. Because I don't think that lasers somehow reveal the code of the universe. That just seems like some made up, I watched the Matrix too much kind of shit. Right? So what's going on? What if they are really seeing it? If they are really seeing it, then what is actually going on? Hang on. So you need a blank cassette and you need a cheap cassette recorder with a line in. And then the line out, like if you're using wireless headphones, you might not have this, but the wireless headphone jack on your computer, right, that you would plug headphones into if you had wired ones, you take that line in, you run it into that, and the other end into the mic input of the cassette recorder. And then you hit record, and then you hit play on your computer, and it'll record it. Hang on. Is it over here? Yeah, I actually have one. Just a regular 1/8 inch jack. What you need. I've heard of that with a lot of psychedelics. With mushrooms, LSD, and DMT. But actually less so DMT specifically. And the reason is because you're not in it long enough. Apparently if you smoke DMT, it's like a 15-minute ride. If you drink ayahuasca, which is also DMT, it's hours. And so you have time to sit with the hallucinations and learn from them. And it's usually ayahuasca that resets people. Like if they were an alcoholic, they stop drinking. If they were a smoker, they stop smoking. It's crazy. In fact, it is so well documented that there are rehabs that use psychedelics to help break people of. Yeah, I agree. Well, ayahuasca as well. Magic mushrooms are okay. When I was young, I did magic mushrooms. They're pretty cool. They can give you like eye-opening experiences for sure. I don't think any of you should. I don't recommend doing drugs. Exactly what I said. If you have a situation where like you need to get off of an addictive substance, or you think that it would actually benefit you, talk to a good doctor. They will recommend it. I'm serious. For instance, my sister, who has stage 4 cancer, right, technically in remission now, she was super depressed and really, really struggling with her diagnosis. And what her oncologist said was, you should try magic mushrooms. I have many patients who have found success taking magic mushrooms. You need to try and get a hold of psilocybin mushrooms. She's like, I can't prescribe them to you. I can't sell them to you. We don't have them in our pharmacy. But if you can get your hands on psychedelic mushrooms, that will help you. So there definitely is a use case for them. All right, let me get this playlist. I'm not going to listen to this right now, but I will later. How do I add this? Give me a second. It's got my head. Hang on. Add to library. There we go. Yeah, the AssassinTeddies playlist. What do we got? Okay. Bro, there are some great songs on here, actually. The Scientist by Coldplay, I don't care. You can call it a guilty pleasure if you want. I fuck with that song. Foster the People's Pumped Up Kicks about shooting up a school. Pretty fucking fire, actually. Right? We got some 9 Inch Nails. You cheated. You got Bohemian Rhapsody, Queen. Obviously, that's a great song. Linger by the Cranberries. Fire. Running Up That Hill. Kate Bush. Absolute fire. Rocket Man by Elton John. Fire. But then, right, we got 21 Pilots. Weathers. And I feel like I've heard this song, Mr. Blue Sky Electric Light Orchestra. Let me hear it. I swear I've heard this before. Okay, so it's a Beatle intro. Yeah, but I mean, the rest of this playlist is solid. Elton John, Tears for Fears, Queen, The Cranberries, Kate Bush, Foster the People. I mean, like, these are probably on the lower end, although I do fuck with Pumped Up Kicks. Scientist is actually pretty good, but fuck, that is a sad song, dude. That is a sad song. There is a cover for... There is a cover for Not Stressed Out for The Scientist that is so depressing, and it's from the, is it Underworld? Underworld, The Scientist OST song. I think that's... Really? All right, hang on, chat. How do I circumvent this? Because this is annoying. I have this block on. If I turn this off, will it notice? That's one. If I pause this, will it work? Will... Hang on. If I then go to something else that's big.
In this video,
it didn't. Oh, it includes a paid promotion, so that doesn't count. Fuck. I need something big. I need to test. I need something that is definitely going to have an ad on it. What do you think, chat? I bet this will have ads.
This is a 2014...
Wait. It has worked forever. uBlock Origin? Wait a minute. I will tell you right now, when I got this, it said uBlock Origin. It didn't say uBlock. That's weird. Because I definitely got uBlock Origin. I did not get just uBlock. There's also uBlock Lite now. Oh, wait, web store. uBlock Lite apparently uses the new manifest. Yeah, uBlock Origin Lite. This was recommended by some ordinary gamers. I'll add this. But that's interesting. Apparently this uses the new manifest. Is it? Interesting. This is what I thought I had installed. Huh. Yeah, Manifest 3 or whatever. So the way extensions work has changed. So a lot of old ad blocks don't work, but it appears that AdGuard is doing its job. So we're going to leave it for now, but if it blocks me off of YouTube, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do because it's the only thing I do actually consistently listen to. Or that I consistently watch. They're making ads so incredibly prevalent. Dude, I'm not sitting through 2 minutes of ads to watch a video. I'm sorry. I have a feeling. Maybe it wasn't this one. Wait, no, this is not the same. Yeah, this. Because you've got Pussifers, Undertaker, Hawthorne Heights, Slipknot. But there was, I am almost 100%, it's not here. 100% sure there is a song called The Scientist. One available is hidden. I guarantee you it's The Scientist. Because there is an Underworld, The Scientist. And it was a cover. It was a cover of the original song. But I will be damned if I can remember who it was. It was a female vocalist and it was good. But I can't find it now. The fuck is YouTube Revanced? Oh, this is for Android? Yeah, no, I just use Brave browser on my Android for YouTube. Did you add more? You added more. You added Morbid Angel, for Christ's sake. Oops. Hang on. Hang on. Did he add Morbid Angel on here? Wait, is this a public playlist? Is this public? Ooh, Froggy, you got to be careful. Make sure people can't add shit to your playlist. I don't know how it works because I don't use Spotify very much. I'm going to have to start using it more, apparently, because fucking YouTube's being a dick. Damn it, Krusty. Leave her playlist alone. I didn't ask you for a playlist. I'd be vibing, though. That's a bummer. Leave the playlist alone. I don't use Spotify. I'm not a Spotify cuck. I'm not a simp for Spotify. I'm not a fan of it. You guys know that. So I don't know. I don't know how it works. I run into so many issues with Spotify that I avoid it a lot. Fair enough. What link? No, this is the playlist. This is Dire Straits. I mean Fire Song, but damn. What is... Oh, Infinite Annihilators. Great. It's a fucked up name, but it's great. I had no idea they had a song called this. That's so fucking insane. I knew they were wild. I didn't know they were that wild. Oh, they're definitely using triggers on those drums. Wait, Lucas Mann? Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of Infinite Annihilator. They're cool, but I don't listen to a lot of them. Do you guys know who Lucas Mann is? That's definitely Lucas Mann. That guitar is 1,000,000% Lucas Mann. Lucas Mann is the guitarist for Rings of Saturn, and he has been accused on numerous occasions of miming his guitar stuff. He is, here's the thing, he's genuinely a good guitarist. If he mimes stuff, he should just say it, because it will cause a lot less grief for him. Because in all honesty, he actually is an insane guitar player. I have a hard time listening to Rings of Saturn for too long, though, because it's just ridiculous shredding and sweeps for an entire album. Will this kill me? No, it just blocks me. Which, like, cool. It's cool that you can do that. But after a while, it loses its musicality. You know what I mean? I might when I get off stream. I'm not going to do it right now. God, that would be work, though. I see where your stress came from, because it's like, what the fuck what playlist do I make? Am I making a playlist? If I make a playlist of music I like, everybody's going to hate me. Oh, I see. And then Oh, I see. I'm a fucking idiot. That makes actually so much sense. Hang on. Done. Oh, it does both of these. Uh-oh. Oh, that's correct. That didn't work. But now what? I've got them all, right? Oh, go off of what you like? Okay, I can figure something out. But what did this accomplish? Oh, because of that stupid thing. So I have to do this again.
Entry 5. As I have reached outside the building for the first time, I notice the station is no longer in range of the closest star. I suppose it's due to the fast revolution of the planet we are orbiting.
Well, okay, she said to base it on music she listens to. So what would I do? What would I do? Well, I'd probably go check out her Spotify music, like the stuff that she listens to. And then I would find songs that are like lateral to the music that she listens to, but that maybe she hasn't heard of before. The problem is that I'm so much older, it's going to be harder. Like it would be harder work for me because I am not as familiar with a lot of this new stuff. Does this rotate them or something? What does this do? Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, okay, I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay, so we're controlling whatever this is. Oh, there's no symbol at the bottom. Oh, so I don't know what it is. But there is on this one. Hang on. Bug. Bug. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I'm starting to understand. So you... No, you go up there. So I can only power... Oh, this sucks. I do not like this. Let's first off, let's get them actually in the order they're supposed to be in, I think. Let's start by doing that. So we're going to do this and this. It doesn't matter. And then we need to change this to triangle. Okay, so now if I go here and here... Ah... So that is correct. Except we can do it like that. What? Oh no. I do, I see. Oh shit. I hate this. I hate this because I'm going to have to match all of them. Hourglass. Okay, so that's correct. Have no idea what this is supposed to be. I don't think it matters. Oh, we don't know. Oh my god, this sucks. This sucks so bad. Because we don't know. We don't know what it is. So I know I can connect this to this. And that matches, so that's okay. But then we got to connect this somehow. What the fuck? All right, we're going to have to discombobulate all this. Right? So go listen to Bluette by Dave Brubeck. I love that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? But we only have 4 lines and 3 poles. I don't think this is possible because this is 2, 4, 6, but there are 8 things we're supposed to... Oh, because some of them are blank. Wait, some of these are blank. Okay, and then if we check this one, that one is blank. So that one doesn't need to be connected. This one does. Right? But then we got to do this. Make sure that this... Uh-oh, I messed up. Is connected. Okay. Was it this one that was blank? Yes, that one is blank. So we need to do... that one. That is correct. That one is correct. That one is incorrect. Shit. Hang on. This one is incorrect. So now if I do this, correct. Correct. Why is this incorrect? Now this is, oh my God, I don't know how this works. I don't know how this works. I am very wrong about how to solve this puzzle. I don't understand how to solve this puzzle. I think it has to do with what's facing it. So hang on. So this is meant to be windmill, right? Windmill is facing it, which means that these are facing each other and are correct, which means that these are facing each other, but I can't do that. So it has to be here, which gives me spider. I need triangle. Triangle in that direction. Then the opposite is hourglass, which goes there, but I only have Oh, but I can't do Hourglass. Where can I find Hourglass? Oh, no. Won't attach. I don't get it. That would be bug. So we don't know what that guy is. Hang on. How can we chain these? We've got to be able to chain these. What does bug need to go to? Won't reach. Will reach. What? What? No, I didn't watch Metropolis. Sorry. What'd you say? You guys are talking to each other. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you, but I'm also trying to solve a puzzle, and I can't figure it out. I cannot figure out how to solve this. This puzzle does not make sense. So that is correct, but I have to get bug somewhere, and that has to be it. So the only thing I can figure is some kind of weird chain. That needs to be bug. Hang on. I just realized I can steal a blue. I think. No, I'm already using a stolen blue, so I can't. How am I supposed to solve this? Personal playlist is different from playlists made by somebody. You can just throw whatever you like in your personal playlist, but a playlist for somebody has to be planned. It needs to be a Oh, I disagree with that. If you want to share a playlist with somebody just cuz, do it just cuz. Don't overthink it. Now, if you do take a lot of time and put a lot of effort in it, I will condone you, but it doesn't have to be perfect. It's fine. So I can't solve this. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We do have 4 symbols. No, we have 4 symbols. This could work. Here's the problem. I mean, she could if she wanted. Like, this can go to this and it will work. You see? That works. Then I got this guy, which technically can go there. And see, that works, right? Then the third one, bug. But then the fourth one is this hourglass. And I cannot get an hourglass to stretch from there to there. It's too far. Bug. So the 2 symbols have to be next to each other there. I can get bug, I think, on this one. Which means I theoretically can do bug. That now technically works. It's because of the fact that you go out of your way to make a playlist for someone already really kind, but adding the top. Yeah. But it also just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I don't think it's always necessary to go over the top when it comes to playlists. It can be very nice, but it's not necessary. Hourglass. Okay, so we got that one lit up. No way. Oh no, I can't do that one. Wait, maybe. No, it cuts through that. Fuck. Oh, this isn't on anybody. No way did I solve it. Let's go. It's called the spectrum. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Like, I would definitely say what Stemkey is describing is really, really good for a significant other. If like you're in love with the person and you really take the time to make them a mixtape, that is actually a really, really sweet gesture. It makes a lot of sense. But like, say you're just meeting somebody and you're just trying to find common ground, find music that both of you like, then you don't have to put as much thought into it. The idea would simply be to take songs you enjoy and put them to a playlist to see what the other person enjoys. That's it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what she did, it works perfectly, because I was immediately able to find songs that I enjoy that she also enjoys. And I don't know how to turn this off. So this red turns to this blue. It also is powered by this guy. Right? This guy powers a lot of these things. Oh, so I need to get... I'm starting to understand. So I need to get a blue on this so that it powers through here to this, which powers through here to this, which then can be connected to this to power all of these, I think. What kind of jazz metal? Opeth's latest stuff is pretty good. Is it? It's literally called jazz. Okay. That's weird. It's like it's like 4/4, but a 1/3 split or something. I can't figure out the time signature of that. All right. Oh, I messed up. Oh. So what does this do? Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't control this one though. Messed up already. It doesn't light up until it's on this face, so it's hard to see. Does that do anything? No. What am I trying to accomplish? So this powered these, I think. Or no, these powered this. It unlocked this. Then this goes here. Oh my god, am I an idiot? I think I'm an idiot. Yeah, I think I'm an idiot. What? What am I accomplishing with this little thing here? Oh, holy shit. Okay, but what did this accomplish? These don't power that. Won't reach. Hang on, I'm watching how this flows. I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm not sure how this puzzle is supposed to work. I'm actually really confused about it. Maybe these are supposed to be connected? No. Okay, this gives power to this, which powers this somehow. Hang on. This is very cool, but it's actually making it hard for me to concentrate. What the fuck am I doing here? See, there's 3. This is not powered, apparently. That is. It's because this puzzle isn't solved, but I can only solve 2 of them. Hang on. Right, which gave power to this. So I've got it set back. So these, when turned on, unlock this, which allows me to put it here, which travels through to here, which travels through to here, turning this on. But then, so we got 2 pedestals unlocked. This is now green. Ah, I need a 3rd. Ah, I need the 3rd. Okay, so I have to get both of these and power to it. Which means the next step of the puzzle is solving for this over here. But I don't know how to solve for this. Yeah, Juices has gone past that. There's no other connection. That is correct, and that is correct. The only thing left to do is correct this. Oh, that puzzle is correct. This is the only one that's not correct. So how do I do this puzzle? What? If I can get this one uncovered, I can change it. Wait a minute. Oh my god, that is so dumb. Oh my god, that is so stupid. I get it though. Now this should let me through to here. Yeah, I really like progressive metal a lot. I like a lot of different genres, but you're right. Progressive is like jazz and metal combined. And I also think that there are some good genres that really, really, really bleed even more genres than you would expect together. Oh no, there are so many. There are so many, and it only goes to here, so we only get power to here. Can I jump off this? It will not let me, although it looks really cool down there. All right, what are we doing? So I need something I can rotate. And, right, wait. Okay, but I don't know if that's correct or incorrect. Ah. So bug, windmill, hourglass, hourglass. Okay, so bug. That needs to be windmill. Which is 1. So now we've got, except that's not bug. That needs to be bug. Hang on. That needs to be bug. Two more. Bug. That's an hourglass. That needs to be windmill. Did that get reset? What? This needs to be hourglass. So this side is correct. This side is incorrect. Wait. That needs to be bug, which is 3. And that needs to be hourglass. Are hourglass and bug off of each other? I don't think so. Oh, I see. Okay. So what we need to do is turn this until that is windmill, which is 1. So I rotate this once. All right. I was mistaken. Twice. It's not rotating it. What? Oh, you're fucking with me. It rotates that one. Okay. What does this one rotate? Okay, this rotates all of them, I guess? Hold up. Oh. So there's an order is the problem. So this one controls that one, and that one. This one controls that one and that one, but not this one, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, it controls these two. This only controls that one. It controls whoever is within 1. So I need this to be windmill. So I'm going to rotate this until this is windmill. It's windmill now. Then I grab this. And it is correct. That is windmill. Now here's the problem. I need that to be bug and that to be hourglass. Bug and hourglass, windmill. And then... Oh, I can't get the last guy. Oh, I can't get the last guy. You're fucking kidding me. I can't get the last guy. Oh, wait. No, I still can't get the last guy because that is correct. That is what it needs to be. But I can't get the blue thing. So they're all pointed correctly, but I can't. And I can't remove these. Oh, there's a button. What did that accomplish? Oh, I see. Hourglass bug is correct. 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 Fucking not correct. Ah, I hate this puzzle. Yeah, this puzzle is unnecessarily confusing. I'm not sure what this is doing. Ah, I am sure of what this is doing. It has to be within 2 of it, I think. So it's important that I get this correct. Is this one correct? Hourglass, hourglass, this one and this one are correct. So now I can rotate this one till I get windmill, which makes that correct. All right, but this is incorrect, which is going to mess that one up. Then I just got to get this one into the correct position. Which gives me this. Yes, we're figuring it out. And this puzzle I have already solved, I believe. Which is hourglass. Which gives me this so that I can get in here and do this. No way, I did it. I did it. Nice. And this looks like we're almost at the entrance. I believe we are. I believe that's the puzzle I did earlier. Yep. So now we're going up. So there are 3 ziggurats I have to complete? Yikes. Hang on. I think this might be close to where I leave it for tonight. Maybe another half hour or something. I haven't even changed scenes. It's just because there are things that I want to do in my free time. I have viewers on YouTube again. Where are all my YouTube viewers coming from? You know, you can message and like say, hey, I won't be a fucking weirdo. It's just bizarre. I don't know why I have YouTube viewers. I've never had YouTube viewers. I literally stream. I stream to YouTube for posterity because it keeps copies of my videos. That way, if something crazy happens to my setup, those videos still exist. You know, like say I die tomorrow. You guys want to go watch Teddy stuff?
The space station appears to be
No. Better quality on Twitch.
reshaping under my feet.
If you guys are on YouTube and you want better quality video, go over to Twitch. It's just twitch.tv/AssassinTeddies. Easy to find me. And the reason why I say that is because it doesn't transcode. What leaves my computer is what you guys get. YouTube compresses it more. So if you have a really bad internet connection, like if I start like, you know, lagging really bad or the frame rate drops like crazy, go over to YouTube. It'll help you out.
A new central column has risen, and I have been guided to its top. I believe from here, I'll be able to access the next facility.
Can I climb? No, it won't even let me jump. And it took my bridge away. All right, here we go. Yee! Oh, invisible floor. I'm so disappointed in that, chat. Can I match it perfectly? Oh, dude, imagine the pro player that has like perfect tracking. You have to admit that's not bad tracking. You can see that it's uneven though. Wonder if I could do the faster one. Oh, mouse sensitivity is too low. Almost. All right, which side did I come from? I spun around too much. Whoops. Okay, I must have taken the correct route. Yeah, because I don't see puzzles on this ledge. Got a cloud in here. Starfield seems too populated. There should be voids and stuff, but that's just not. Sorry. Car sickness. I'm trying to give chat car sickness. That's what I'm up to. All right, here we go. Oh no, this poor cigarette. Wouldn't it be some shit if there were 500 cigarettes? I mean, cigarettes.
Time has been as kind with this place. Let's hope this thing doesn't collapse while I'm in it.
What did that accomplish? It accomplished nothing. And I understand why. Because I can take this through here, but I can't take this out. Okay. But this can bounce through that if I move this, correct? But then to move this, I have to solve this puzzle. And then to solve this puzzle, I need you. Right. So we have 4. They are not attached. So we want this guy. Oh, yeah. We want what is highlighted to be triangle. Beautiful. And then on this one, we want what is highlighted. Does it move that one? It doesn't. It only moves this one. To be hourglass. And then we want that to be bug. And this to be windmill. There we go. Which opens this. I don't think you were meant to solve it that way. I think that I solved it in such a big brain way. I think you were meant to use this blue thing as a way to make it easier, and I think I did it the hard way. I can only fire yellow at that. Right? Which will let me get into here. Which powered this guy, I guess. You motherfucker. Oh, but then I can take this out here, into here, grab this, and then power this. Oh, I wonder if I could have grabbed that on my way out. Wow. Okay, so I think I accidentally big brained that, chat. Is it broken? No, it's based on mouse. Huh. All right, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Some kind of puzzle. So I need that to be hourglass, and I need that to be bug. And I need that to be hourglass, and that to be bug. In order to open these two respective. And I have two of these. So hang on. I can't change this, but we'll... If I do... Wait, no. If I do this... No. Yes. No, that only changes that guy. If I do this, will it change that guy? It'll change both of them. Good. Well, now we have hourglass. And we have bug, but we're short a blue. Okay. Oh. Oh, but I don't have a red. I can't cross that. I think this puzzle is meant to be done next. I think I did the puzzle out of order. I think I have to do this puzzle first to open whatever that is. Okay, so we got the same thing. We got, well, no, it's windmill and hourglass and bug. Windmill, hourglass, bug. We have 3. Okay, I can't rotate those, but I can grab this and connect something to it. So now if I... That only affects this one. Bug may actually be correct for this. Right? And then this is triangle thing. No, this needs to be... Oh, no, I messed up. Here's why I messed up. Because I gotta rotate them both. I need windmill, which is 3. It's 3 away. So I think I may have done this correctly, and you'll see what I mean. Bug, windmill. Oh, but I have to have 3 blues, which I can't quite do. Fuck, wait, hang on. Then this is triangle, but this needs to be hourglass. Oh, I may have fucked up again already. Hang on. Wait, how many off is it from hourglass? It's off by 2, which means that I need to do this and go 1, 2. Wait, this is going to get moved twice again, so 1, 2, then 1, 2. I accidentally got the order backwards, but that one is correct. That's 2, but I need the 3rd. How do I get the 3rd? How do I get the 3rd one? Maybe I did do this in the correct order. Hang on. Oh, it goes through to there. So I need to fall through. Ah, and grab you. Ah. Hang on. Okay. I'm puzzling good. Hourglass. Bug. Windmill. Now I can cross this. Let's go. What did this accomplish? Huh? Maybe I'm supposed to like... Huh? I don't know what I'm doing. So I shot that through there and it solved the puzzle. Did it come out of that green one and go through that green one? Oh, it powered this. Oh. So that gives me this, which does what? Oh, was I meant to push that button? Motherfucker. I can't grab that. Yeah, I'm... In case I missed something. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I push this? What did that do? That ran through here. Which gives me this, which lets me shoot a blue through that? But how do I shoot a blue? What? Oh, no, I can't. I have to do... No shot. Oh, but... Oh, wait. No way. I solved the puzzle on accident. I don't know what I did, boys. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. How did I... What did I... Only issue I really have with this game is you'll solve a puzzle and then be like, what? No, you don't need to drink coffee. It's sick. It's like 2 in the morning. Stay away from coffee, you crackhead. You don't need caffeine at 2 o'clock in the morning. Then again, I'm an old man. I don't have coffee after like 4 usually. Usually, not always. Sometimes I go wild, chat. Wild abandon and will drink like a soda at 4 p.m. I mean, crazy. I know. Okay, we got 2 buttons. Can I run and jump this though? Oh, I can. That's actually kind of sick parkour. It's 2:42. Shut up. Oh, that didn't help me. That also didn't help me. Okay, that gets me to the button, which is half of what I wanted. David Bowie is pretty fire. Don't ask me how I know that works. I think I might have done it the hard way too. Where the fuck is this going now? Huh? Oh, that raises it. It went down, it went through that. Okay. Oh, it opened this. What? 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 What did I don't understand.
Well done.
I don't understand how I completed that puzzle either, dude. I'm David Bowie's great, but that's beside the point. I don't understand how I'm doing this. I don't. That does jack. If I do it again, what will it do? Nothing. Okay. Okay, so they're all okay. The right needs to be red. That's not right. Wait. I'm gonna solve this one on accident again. Just watch. It's gonna be crazy. Green. Blue needs to be center. Okay, so no, red needs to be right. I got that wrong. Red, right. Okay. And then green, blue, red. Oh no, they're on the outside. Fuck, they're on the outside. I got this wrong. Can I clear them? Is it possible to clear them? I don't think so. I may have already fucked up, or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. So the issue is you got these two blanks, right? Let's what's a color we don't have? We don't have a lot of blue. Okay. Actually, red might be even better. So if we do left side, it goes, that's the first red. This one will be next? Yes. Then this one. So now I've got that red, right? Now we need blue to be center. Now blue is center, right? But now we need green to be all the way on the left. I get it. Fuck. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to repeat what I just did. Hang on. It's all the way on the left now. We got green all the way on the left. Then we're gonna do this side, and we're gonna do red, because we have to do red. No, we got red. We gotta do blue. Green, blue, red. How do we clear these? That is correct. See, green is all the way on the left, blue is in the center, and red is on the side, but these are lit. I've done something wrong. I don't get it. Every puzzle is, I don't get it, and then I accidentally finish it. I don't know what to change. Huh? I don't understand. I did. Oh, wait a minute. Do you mean with this? So I do this? Or... the first one will be this one. Oh my god. That is so dumb. That is fucking stupid. That is so dumb. I actually don't like that as a solution, legitimately. That, I don't know why, but that makes me irrationally angry. But note to self, you have to have them blank if they're meant to be blank, or the game will get really upset with you and not let you pass. Fucking shithead. Okay, so I can use that to power that, and then powering that goes through the wall to something. What am I supposed to do with this shit now? Okay. That will make it go through there and then out there to this or something? I don't know. Fuck it, let's do the stupid thing. Okay, that powered and unlocked him. And then... he's powered, but he doesn't go to that. What? Huh? Oh. That part I do get. Right, this will power the door, but only when the combo is correct. So I gotta get the combo correct first. So I need this guy to be a buck. Now these are both bugs. Oh, I don't need to power that. Or I do? Decaf's okay. Huh? What am I trying to do here? Wait, if I fire this at this... No, it won't give me a yellow back. I don't think. No. It just reverses these every time, right? No. So that raises bug. Okay, I do get that part. But now I gotta power this guy somehow. And I don't know how to get back a yellow. Wait a minute. Hang on. So... Never mind. Well, I figured it out. That one I actually was able to logic through. I figured it out. Like, fair enough. That one was fine. Spider guy. 2 bird guys and another spider guy. I feel it. Oh. It's the same but reversed. Doesn't do anything. Okay, can't get that guy out. What? Oh. What? Okay. Now I'm trying to get him unlocked somehow. Oh my god. The only issue that I have with the game is that you can accidentally solve puzzles. Accidentally solving puzzles is never fun because you're like, how the fuck did I don't understand? Like you finished it, you still don't get it. You're still like, what? What do you mean? That looks so suspicious, chat. That looked suspicious, didn't it? Did that look suspicious that I went right to it? My bad. I went right to the secret button and got the secret instantly. Just fucking right away. That looks so suspicious. I definitely did not watch 4 hours of walkthrough on an alternate YouTube account last night so I could cheese this game, chat. It didn't happen. So literally the thought occurred to me. I was like, oh, I haven't found any secrets in this second ziggurat. And I'm like, oh, they love to hide buttons. Where's buttons? So I did this. And it just so happened, boom, button. Oh, it's within 2, right? So that'll change these 2. Wait, which ones does this change? Does this change? Just these 2. Oh. I don't like this puzzle. I don't like this because it's a Rubik's Cube. We're solving a Rubik's Cube. So we need to decide which ones we want to open. I think because of what I started with, we're going to try and open this one first. Which I think, I don't know if it'll give me a blue or a red, but we need triangle. Let's go until we see a triangle there. And then we need, what is it? Hourglass. hourglass, which gives me bug. That is unfucking fortunate. Because it is bug, I need to flip this until it's windmill. Windmill. Okay, and then we got to get this guy so that he's bug. Mm-hmm. There we go. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh, there are two. I was about to be like, dude, what? Okay. Come here. There are two. I was about to be so mad. I was about to be like, you are fucking kidding, right? Okay, so that one is correct. So we need windmill, hourglass. So we got windmill. We got windmill, hourglass. Let's go. So we got this side, windmill, hourglass. Then what we want to do is, that one is correct. So we have these three correct. We just need to make this guy spider. Yep. Just make this guy spider. Yeah. Then we grab this guy. We go through here and we what? Wait, what are we doing? I can't go up. Okay, what? Okay, we're gonna leave this like that. Hang on. No, I can't. I can't leave it like this, because if I change the power... I feel like that's not correct. That can't be correct, right? There's no shot that that's the answer. That's not, that can't be. There's no way that's the answer. That feels super cheesy. I think it's a juggle. That's the problem. It is a juggle. Hang on. I am missing something. Is there a path? A bounce pad or something? All right. Over there? No. I mean, that will hold it. Wait a minute. That's stupid, but okay. All right. I thought the button needed power, and that's why I was getting the orange thing, but then it occurred to me, no, it already has an orange thing. It doesn't need power, so I was mistaken. I overcomplicated that puzzle. That's on me.
Well done.
Yo, what the hell? I was gonna say moving on up, and then it took me down. Secrets? 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 Secrets back there? No. Secret column. Secret column. Okay, so we got a stairwell and a jump pad that can be powered by two separate buttons, and that are powered by this guy who can also potentially power some bullshit up there. That door is open, so can I power this? Right, and then in here is another room where I'm gonna have to convert to blue, it looks like. Oh, I don't like the color puzzles, chat. I don't like the color puzzles. The Rubik's Cube, these are okay. They get a little bit monotonous, but they're okay. The color puzzles, they always annoy me. For some damn reason, they just annoy the shit out of me. I'm not a fan of them. All right, but if I push... What if I push the jump pad button? Okay, that takes me up here, but I don't have a blue guy. Ah, this is a conversion room. And I think the conversion room, hang on, is based on the colors in here. What are the colors in here? Red, blue, green turns this pad on, I think. I mean, it's red, blue, green there too, but I don't know the order. It looks like it's going to assign them all at the same time. Oh, I need red, blue to get across this. Ah. This is just a color selector. I need red, blue. Not quite sure how to do that. I think if it goes left to right, it will be blue first, then red. But then I need a blue thing to connect this and to cross this, which I don't have. Can't click, you have to press E. So if I need a blue thing, then I've got to convert this red thing to a blue thing. And the way that I do that is I take this into the converter room. Right. And then from the... All right, now we got a blue. And the way that we do this is if it's red first, then blue, we're going to do blue first. Okay, so these guys are powered. The problem is... Ah, but see, the problem is I need another... I need another power source. That's through the door on the opposite side. Hang on. I'm an idiot. I can do this, I think. Because I have a blue now. Or I can't. I can't get through to this. Can I use the other color thing? There's no way. No, I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I have to set it from this other room. And then this puzzle doesn't tell me the, try it how? How do I try this? I already tried to get into the room on the other side of this. You can't. Oh, it's all three? Oh. Will that connect? See, if that connects, I'm going to be annoyed too. Because there's no obvious connection. See, this being on a wall adjacent to this makes sense. That controlling that over there would annoy the shit out of me. Okay. Is it red, blue, green, or red, green, blue? Or blue, red, green? Or blue, green, red? Red, blue, green. I got it backwards. Shit. RBG. RBG, which means I gotta do... Oh no, I messed that up. Because green is last, it's gotta be done first. And then blue is next. And then red. Oh my god, that does work. I don't know why, but that annoys me. Because it feels like they're not connected, but I guess they are. I guess I'm an idiot, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Alright. Then we get up here. And am I jump padding this? No. You saw that, right? You saw how I made that first try? No issues at all. There we go. Oh, and then we got another converter here. What does this do? What did it do? Oh, it opened up that, which gives me the combo. I don't know what that powers. Maybe I should not have converted. Uh-oh. Oh no, this is still powered on. Oh, but I can't get across there. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, this is just this one. Oh no, I can't solve this puzzle. See, I'm gonna have to run it back and convert again. Hang on. Yeah, I have to run it back and convert again because I need to be able to connect these. What is this? What does this do? That makes me change all of them? Yep, all of them. Right. But is there another connection or no? There is. So then what if I connect just these two? Doesn't do anything. But if I change this? Ah, it does. So like, let's get this to hourglass. Oh. Like this. Oh no. It's off. How many is it off by? 1. Hang on. The problem is that this controls all 3 of them. But if I connect you to you, will it control them all? This controls all of them. But it's off by 1. Then what if I connect you to you? It does the same thing. I need to be able to change this one. Wait, if I connect you to you, will it change just that one? It will. Yes, okay, I didn't realize. Wait, what did I solve? Oh, up there, okay. I didn't even know what puzzle I solved. Okay, alright, we're good. We're good. We gotta do the bouncy bounce. Hang on. Whee! Boing. Let me in. Thank you. This didn't do anything. It says it goes in this room, but then there's nothing in here, chat. They should put a button on someone's booty. Wait, did it... It didn't power that down. Hang on. It does. It goes in there. So... Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe... Oh, it moved that to there. Oh, shit. I see it. Okay. I'm mistaken. Really? There needs to be arrows. I get it. I get it. I get it. So I was thinking that this line you see right here is coming from the puzzle, but it's not. This is where I set this door open. This line goes to this guy, which powers it and moves it over there, but I need a red, not a blue. So boom, 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 which opens the far door over there. Oh, which actually just so happens to be right here. And our power guy went to here, which gives me... What? Okay, and then we can power this door. Okay. Okay. All right, we're solving. I believe this will move the two closest. Yep. So you need to go like clockwise or counterclockwise. It will only switch between two. There. Now that one is correct. That one is incorrect. It just rotates them. So, okay, so I need you to go there and you to go there. So these two are correct. Then I need you two to flip, so that one is done. All right. It's rotating them, which makes life a little bit easier. So I need you down there. Good. I need you down there. I need you guys flipped. Then I can grab this. The only problem is I need that blue. Oh, come here. Now, what am I doing with this? That is correct. I'm doing this and this. No, no, I'm not. I need red, black, blue. So I need to do blue. And then what I need to do is connect you to you. And then what I need to do is grab you. Put you right there. Push you. Climb you. We're puzzling. We're puzzling. We're doing it. We're actually making progress. Go figure. All right, I can't get a red through here. Well, opened. That door. Oh, did it close? No, it opened. Okay, I do have a jump pad and I have a red guy. What happens if I push the button on this? Not a damn thing. Okay, well then fuck you. I'm taking this. Probably needed it anyway because of the red jump pad. All right, shitty parkour moment. All right. That moves that there, which lets me shoot this through there. Which, and this door opened when I came in, so now I'm in here. No shot. Okay, you realize this puzzle doesn't make any sense because there was a red or an orange orb hidden behind bars that I never touched, and a jump pad that I never touched. That doesn't make sense. So I must have cheesed the last puzzle somehow, and I don't know how. I had to have. Hang on. It doesn't make sense. Hang on for a second, chat. I'm going to use the restroom and grab a piece of pizza. I'll be right back. Do you guys remember that South Park episode where they kept implying that Tom Cruise was gay? I don't know why, but that little jingle, John Travolta's in the closet, got popped in my head. It won't go away. I fuck with South Park. There are 3 shows. There are 3 shows where you can point to any idea and say that show did it first. And those 3 shows are South Park, Simpsons, and Family Guy. Simpsons wins in most cases because it's older. But if they haven't done it, South Park's probably done it. And if South Park hasn't done it, Family Guy probably did it. Family Guy's by far the weakest of those 3. Well, modern Simpsons isn't great either. But yeah, South Park has actual plots, which is the wildest thing. Like, they obviously don't need it. They could just do gags like Family Guy does, but they... Like, yeah, they have gags, but they also actually have plots. Like, why... South Park doesn't need a story, but yeah, the movie, yeah. I love that Saddam Hussein and the devil are in a gay relationship with each other. So funny. Now, for those of you that think that's bigoted, I mean, I guess it kind of is, but the idea is that a predominantly Islamic tyrannical leader right, probably would really, really hate that idea. So it's more about making Saddam Hussein feel like a piece of shit and making fun of him than anything. Now he's dead and we still make fun of him. Amateur cave divers, man, what can you do? I wonder if you guys get the amateur cave diver. Never mind. Never mind. Where am I going? What am I doing? Pushing buttons, it looks like. Shit. Buttons, my arch nemesis. Someone needs to make a game like this. But it's implied that you're not alone. Those little bangs and things? Yeah, sure. Maybe the place is falling apart. Or maybe, just maybe, there's something more going on, chat. You don't know. Okay, so I need a blue guy for that. Oh no. Oh, I see. These are just on-offs. Ah. Those don't do anything. Huh. Do I have a blue guy? Hmm. Good. Which means I have to get in there. Oh, which means I need a triangle, hourglass. Okay, I see. Need triangle, hourglass. Oh, hourglass needs to be on that. Oh, what? Huh? Oh. Triangle needs to be the second one. Yep, that's correct. Then hourglass needs to be the fourth one. Yep. Which is the last one. So this needs turned off. Off. Okay, this needs to be flipped so it's hourglass. Oh, it's a flip puzzle. Then triangle needs to be this one. Hang on, chat. I'm feeling a little sick to my stomach. I'll be right back, all right? Just hang on. Should know what was going on. Suddenly felt ill. I don't think it was the pizza. I had pizza earlier today and it was fine. All right, so we opened the door. I think I'm going to end stream in about a half hour. I said that already once, but I think I might actually need to. Messed up shit. Okay. Okay, we got that. Then this converts to that. What? Is that just a placeholder? Maybe it is. So I can convert something else later? I don't know. We'll see. Let's do the other door. So it's hourglass, triangle bug. Okay. What? Oh no, I see. I get it. That's dumb, but I get it. Have a good night, Stemkey. I'm gonna wrap up here pretty soon. You're going to bed at 8:30 though? That's weird. No, it is. It's later, isn't it? It's 10:30. Never mind. Hourglass space triangle bug. Wait, this might need to be on to flip it. I don't know. Okay, then get bug over there. That opens this guy. What does this guy do? All right, hang on. Not sure. Much harder. What? Okay, that moves triangle in. What? Oh, that clears it. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we got two of them, I think. We're gonna flip that for a minute so that we can get that one in next. Hang on. And we need another windmill over here. Okay. Okay. That overwrites that. The bottom right is correct. Ha! You suck. You don't know me. Oh, wait. We gotta solve this guy. Which is 2. So we need that to be windmill. Okay. So if that needs to be windmill, that's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 pushes. Right? Right. So when hang on. Let's do 1 push. It only does these 2. So 1, right? 2. Now how many is it away? Okay, they are the same. 2, 3. So windmill is 3 pushes. Hang on. Don't know why I would do this, but okay. Grab this. Yep, because I can take this through here. To here. That powered that guy, that's why. And 1 power up, 2 power up. Which means I have to do... Yeah. Oh, okay. This is stupid. This will probably be my last puzzle. Honestly. It's just so many steps. There's no way. Are you the only one in here? Because, hang on. For the record, go to me. What? There's only... Do you guys want to know how many viewers I have right now? 14. 12 viewers who also missed my spiel about Celeste, which is why it's titled this. What is going on with YouTube, dude? Bots, maybe? Never happens. I never have more viewers. It could be bots, though. It says 2 for you, because I'm not just on Twitch, I'm also on YouTube. It adds YouTube to Twitch. So 12 YouTube to Twitch, 14. I don't understand what's happened. My viewership has like flipped. It's usually the other way around, which I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't get this puzzle. Except that it might be implying... Oh, they all need to be hourglasses? What will this do? They all need to be hourglasses? What? Oh, it's buggy. What? Oh, this is for maintenance is my guess. It's broken, so I found the maintenance hatch.
Fatal error occurred. Computing power lock override required. Please stand by. It's accepted.
Ah, here you are. I was wondering where you've gone. Now tell me, who are you?
What?
Come now, dear. I've scanned your mind and synchronized with your brainwaves. I know you can understand what I'm saying, so I will ask you again. Who are you?
My name is Rob. I come in peace. Are you aboard this station? My spaceship didn't detect any sentient life forms. Am I speaking to a sentient being here?
Greetings, Rog. My name is Iris. I am synthesized computing organic matter.
Then, no, I'm not. Interface, what happened to the people that control this place? Is anyone still here?
As I said, I am not a mere CPU. I am the product of the pinnacle of gray mankind's technology. Yet I am also the first organic computer ever synthesized by an AI. But enough about me for now. I need to know more about you, Rog. Your SCOM analysis suggests you are a blue human, yet most of your neurological connections, along with your biosupport structure, do not match them. A new model I am not aware of, perhaps?
Blue human. Never heard of such creatures. The name is Rog Zikon, and I am an interstellar archaeologist. I am a Kuvith, from the great nation of Yeglax. I was sent here by my institution, the Sazan Kutuzu, to investigate this quadrant in search of ruins of ancient alien civilizations. My spaceship picked up a signal coming from this location, and when I woke up from the journey, here I was.
I see. Thank you for your collaboration. Unfortunately, it would appear you were mistakenly granted access to Opus. The automatic reception service must be malfunctioning. Blue maintenance personnel has been notified. Forgive me, Rog, but I'm not prepared to deal with this situation, and should therefore, as it is its duty, trust the judgment of the Golden Council. Please try to stay calm during your detention and understand this is the standard safety protocol.
What do you mean by that?
I think this is where we'll wrap up for tonight. It's a good stopping point.
Entry 7. I have had an encounter with a sentient life form. The
She's
one
a
that
bitch.
controls this station, apparently. I haven't made contact, but it managed to detain me in a restricted area.
Yeah.
I am still fully biosuited, and will now attempt to escape, even though the Baya tool was taken from me.
All right, everybody. It's been a lot of fun, but it is pretty late. I'll probably continue this tomorrow. Depends on how it works out for work. I do like this game quite a bit. It's a good puzzle game. Every now and then I solve a puzzle without meaning to solve a puzzle, which is a little bit frustrating. And then, I don't know though, the last couple puzzles, I just logicked right through them pretty easily. They didn't seem so bad. So, I am going to look something up really quick. This might be a little cheesy though. How many chapters in Faraday? I think it's Protocol. Is divided into 6 chapters, including the prologue, followed by chapters 1 through 5, and the final chapter 6. So tomorrow will be the grand finale of Faraday Protocol. My guess is that it's going to be a harder chapter, so it'll take like 2 hours to get through, maybe. I don't know, just a guess. But yeah, we're on the final chapter, so that's very cool. That means we get to have a finale day tomorrow, hopefully. So yeah. It would be superior. Yeah, it would be, actually. I think you're actually right, Apters. I think it would probably be. The problem would be to get people over there. Because the category is gaming. That's it. Yeah, it's been a long stream. My streams lately have been quite long, so... usually I only do like 4 hours, but I've been doing 6. Ended up feeling a lot better. It just took a while to get underneath. I still feel a little odd. I don't know why. I had a plan for something I was going to do when I got off stream, and I've forgotten now what it is. Doesn't matter, I don't guess. Yep. Tomorrow night, midnight, go to work. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully my coworker's okay. I might message him, see if he's all right. There's only 7 achievements I haven't gotten. And I think... Yeah, because 30% of players have gotten to where I am. There are 4 more achievements related to the game, which is completing the protocol reaching the inner core, entering Iris's lair, managing to escape detention. So probably 4 pretty big puzzles. Might be pretty quick. But there are 3 hidden ones. It is 9:45 p.m. So 21:45. It's not too bad. I'll probably be up for another couple hours. I may play a stupid video game just in my free time, or fuck around on the guitar or whatever. Your friend said you needed to go to bed. It's bedtime. Go to bed. Oh, it's only 5 hours ahead. Wait, 4 hours ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I thought you were further ahead. See, Jack is 6, Finland 7 usually. Crims is usually 6. It's 1:45. Go to bed. It's like you have school tomorrow. Young lady, you need to go to bed. Jesus Christ. There's no shot that I would be staying up until 1:45 to watch a stream if I had school the next day. I'm assuming you have school. My guess is about 8 a.m., which means you're probably getting up in like 4 hours and 15 minutes to get ready to go to school. Go to sleep. Yeah, it's probably already too late. You're already going to feel like garbage. But anyway, why? It's Friday. I don't know. I don't need to know your personal situation. Maybe you're homeschooled. I don't know. That's the way Jack was. But I'm out. Have a good night, everybody. Afterist, Froggy, have a good night. YouTube, if you're not bots, have a good night. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll be back tomorrow, and then hopefully again Monday. We'll see. But until then, I bid you all adieu. Bye-bye.